conflict of interests in this lawsuit, not only because he's the president of the American people and he wants to take the money from the American people, because that's who would front the bill, but also because the person who would inevitably prove this lawsuit or offer a settlement was the Todd Blanche, the Assistant Attorney General. Yes, Assistant Attorney General of the time, Todd Blanche, who is now the Acting Attorney General under Trump, who's been quoted as saying, "I love you," in response to Donald Trump telling him he's doing a good job. So this is Corruption 101. The news is they are finally now exploring a multi-billion-dollar settlement for that lawsuit. It is a corrupt mess. Let's go ahead and hop into those debates. We have the first Trump supporter of the day loaded in. Bert, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Just just like, I mean, the last guest, I don't know what they were serious or not, but the one thing that I do think is, in order to, have a sustainable country, you got to know who's in it. And in order to know who's in the country, you have to have your borders not necessarily sealed off, but you have to know who's coming and going. So that's a start.
So the very best way to learn who's in our country, in reference to the millions of undocumented immigrants that we don't know, would be to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship and to endorse mass amnesty. It would cost a hell of a lot less and take significantly less time to do and thereby learn everybody who's in our country compared to mass deportation, which is what Donald Trump is doing.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with the whole deportation thing. I do agree that you do have to know who's in the country. I do agree with that part.
Oh, well, okay, all right. So if you don't agree with his mass deportation, then you don't agree with his border policy, because he doesn't have border policy. The only reason why undocumented entry is down is because of Donald Trump's incredibly immoral mass deportation that has led to very authoritarian outcomes, like the literal torture of undocumented immigrants after they were illegally removed from this country to El Salvador, or blackbacking college students and holding them in ICE detention centers thousands of miles outside of the radius approved by a judge for transportation, or to take birthright citizenship away from birthright citizens when that is their constitutional right. Those are the things that are reducing undocumented entry, okay? Not good, proactive, long-term border solutions from Trump. So if you're telling us that you like how he's locking down the border, but you don't like any of the immoral things that he's doing under his mass deportation, then you actually don't like how he's, quote-unquote, locking down the border.
Well, I'll tell you like this. He's getting the job done. I don't like a lot of things. I don't like the whole system. I don't like the Republican, Democrat, like how, like, say, for instance, you sit here and without Trump, you wouldn't have the platform that you have. So basically, you act like you don't like Trump, but secretly you're one of Trump's biggest fans. You follow everything he do. You know more about him than I do. You see, and
yeah, not because I'm his biggest fan, but because I'm America's biggest fan, and I care about the future of this country and its survival and success. Right. And in order to ensure that, we need to get people like Trump out of politics. And in order to get people like Trump out of politics, everybody needs to know why he's so bad. And if everybody needs to know why he's so bad, somebody needs to tell them. And I have been blessed with the privilege of a platform onset by a culmination of factors, like uploading short-form debate content in a Jubilee episode that got 14 million views. So now I pay attention to what Trump does to help inform the masses. That doesn't mean I like him. If anything, it's the outcome of the vitriol I hold in the heart of in the pits of my heart towards such decrepit pieces of shit.
Yeah, I hear you. Like I said, I hear you, but see, it's my issue with it is, it's like the people who come and just debate, like, I guess, politics, who talk back and forth. See, this is my issue. 4 years, you're gonna have something to complain about. You elect a Democrat, then the Republicans gonna have 4 years of something to complain about, and it's a never-ending cycle, which you are a part of, and you what you do, it don't help me at all in my life, because you don't offer solutions, like real solutions. You offer more ball spinning.
I offered you a solution less than 3 minutes ago.
About what?
About identifying everybody who's in the country by endorsing mass amnesty. What a bad time for you to make that point.
Hold on. Let me.
What a terrible time.
Let me back you up. Let me back you up. Hold on. Let me back you up. When you say offer amnesty, that's your idea. How many
idea of what? Idea of a solution.
Hold on.
Right?
That's not a solution, because no one's going to be on board with that.
Amnesty isn't a solution.
Hold on. No, that's not a solution. That's your solution.
So it's my solution. Wait, but you just told me that I don't offer any solution.
It's not a solution.
But now you're agreeing that I offered my solution less than 3 minutes ago.
A solution is something that everybody can agree with. Not just You know, I could tell you, hey, if you hop off this platform, the world will be a better place. That's my opinion. That's not going to solve. That's a solution for me. That's not going to help you.
I don't think that a solution is something that everybody agrees with. I think that a solution is something in which would pragmatically be the best for solving a crisis, regardless of the irrational, misinformed agree with it or not.
Tell you what, then. All right. Well, I can rephrase that. That's not a good solution then.
Okay. Why?
Amnesty for everybody is not a good solution.
Why is giving amnesty to undocumented immigrants with no bad crimes on the record? It's not a genuine solution to the crisis of millions of people in this country who we don't know.
Okay, well, this is my rebuttal back to what you were saying. If what you're saying is you let people in by breaking the law off the break, they already done something wrong off the break, and instead of paying for what you've done wrong, you reward them by saying, okay, here, pull up a chair to the table. Here's your seat at the table. Let's give you amnesty. Like, that's not
reasons.
That's not how.
There's two reasons why we should do exactly that. The first reason is that the state has an obligation to draft and uphold policy and legislation that benefits the country. So when the state is enforcing legislation that serves to the detriment of the country, we either need to get rid of it or revise it. Mass deportation is an example of policy that serves as a detriment to our country, because not only does it result in the human rights violations towards the undocumented immigrants, but it also cripples our economy, reduces our population growth, and repositions us on the global stage, because now we have less productive capacities for our own manufacturers and for technological advancement. Okay? Now, the second reason why we need to endorse amnesty is because although, sure, they broke the law when they came into the country, ultimately, our government holds some of the blame for that, because our government is the body that influenced them to do that. Nobody wants to be an undocumented immigrant. Nobody wants to be able to work over the table, pay taxes, then not be able to claim a tax return. Nobody wants to not be able to get a driver's license or an ID, not be able to get a loan from a bank to buy a house, even when they make enough money to qualify if they had an SSN. Okay, nobody wants to be under the threat of being deported or to get lower wages because they have less bargaining power. The reason why millions of people have sought after undocumented entries, because illegal means of entry into this country are neglected, expensive, and depraved. It could take 25 years to come into this country legally. If I'm a father, if I'm a mother, and I want to give a better life to my kid tomorrow, I'm not going to wait until they're fucking going off to marry a wife and having children at 30 years old by seeking legal means of entry before they get it. Absolutely not. And that's the only option that our government has left many of good-hearted humans on the face of planet Earth with. And that is one of the main reasons why our government is the body that holds the responsibility to make it right and to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, not only because it benefits them, but because it also benefits us.
Hey, Dean, talking for 5 minutes doesn't make you right, man.
That was less than a minute. You can't count.
Come on, man. Back to the point, man. You cannot break the law and then come in and say you have a right to anything. That's a start. That's a non-starter right there.
Says the guy that supports the 34-count felon that walked into the White House and said he had a right to overrule the Constitution. You are a hypocrite. And nobody is claiming that undocumented immigrants have an inalienable, God-given right to be given a pathway to residency or citizenship. But we're rather arguing that they should be given that pathway to residency or citizenship because it's what's good for them and it's what is good for us. And we do have an obligation to do what's good.
Let me ask you this question. So, what is the correct way to come in? Like, how do you normally come in?
When you say correct, do you mean legal? And if you mean what is the legal way to come in? The legal way to come into this country would be either through legal port of entry, through a green card, and through a visa, a work program, to claim asylum, regardless if that's in your first year being an undocumented immigrant. There's about a million different legal ways.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. A million different ways to come in, right? But yet the one way you support is coming in illegally. Tighten up. That's all right.
You're equivocating and you're attempting to make my position something in which it's not. Me arguing that undocumented immigrants should be offered a way to pathway a residency or citizenship is not endorsing undocumented entry.
Make it make sense. Make it make sense now. Come on, make it make sense.
Is fixing an issue saying that the issue is good in the first place?
So hold on. So what you're saying is, you said it could take X amount of years to come in and get legal. What I'm asking you is this: why don't you support policy to help people come in a little bit faster instead of coming in illegally?
I do.
Why don't you?
Because that's the way that we disincentivize undocumented entry and stop 99% of it for those that don't have bad crimes on their records. I do.
I don't care about the crimes. See, hold on. No.
Instead of you saying, Dean, why don't you support legislation?
Dean, you won't shut up long enough, Dean.
One moment. Instead of saying, Dean, do you support expediting the legal means of entry into this country? Instead, you said, Dean, why don't you support expediting the legal means of entry into this country?
That's not what I said.
You were getting butthurt because you were getting defeated in coherent conversation. So you started to incorrectly posture what you think I believe when the opposite is true.
I'll say it again, Dean. I said, why do you support that instead of coming in illegally? That's what I said. I didn't tell you one thing or another. I asked you, why didn't you support the coming in, expediting a little bit quicker as opposed to coming in illegally, when you just sit there out of your own mouth and said it's a million ways to come in, but yet the one way you offer is illegal.
Once again, your question hinges on the false premise that I don't support expediting the legal means of entry into this country.
Yeah.
I support simultaneously giving undocumented. Oh, you have something to say? Go ahead.
No, I said I support life. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't agree with abortion. You got to make it make sense, Dean. You want everything to be perfect, it's not.
I will help. So you admit that my arguments are perfect?
No, you want it to be perfect. Okay. It's not going to be that way.
So I'll try to tell you what I
can't say coming illegally and you want expedited people to come into. You can't have it both.
So that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then?
Well, I'll clarify if you want to listen.
I'm listening. I'm going by your words.
Perfect. Nobody is saying that undocumented entry is a good thing. It's a very bad thing. It's bad for them because now they have to make treks across the desert if they're going to be coming through with the use of undocumented means on foot. It's a very bad thing because of all the negative repercussions that they could potentially face once they're in the country. I went over those negative repercussions when I said, quote unquote, nobody wants to be an undocumented immigrant. Okay, so my view is that we should offer the undocumented immigrants that are already here a pathway to residency or citizenship because it's what's better for them and better for us. And then we should expedite the legal means of entry into this country to be as fast and as efficient as possible to naturally disincentivize 99% of undocumented entry in the future. See, the issue that you're experiencing is everything that I'm saying is perfectly reasonable. So instead of conceding because of your ego, you can't do that. You have to falsely represent my view to be something it is not. Instead of responding to the content of my view, you are falsely posturing my view to be that I do not support expediting the legal means of entry into this country, yet I do support undocumented means of entry, which is not true.
Do you know how much it costs the economy to have illegals come in?
Yeah, I do.
Is it a surplus or is it a deficit? Does it help or does it hurt? Does it hinder?
Undocumented immigrants help the American economy.
To what point?
Well, according to the IRS, they pay over $100 billion per year in taxes. According to the American Institute of Immigration, they contribute 1.1 to 1.7 trillion dollars to our GDP per year. According to
hold on. Let me catch you right there, right quick. Hold on. When you sit there and say they pay taxes, my understanding is if you're illegal, how in the world are you paying taxes?
You can pay taxes as an undocumented immigrant with the use of an ITIN and a work permit, which was a program started by Obama. Thank you, Obama.
Hold on. So you have to be in that program to pay taxes, correct?
Getting in that program just means you apply for an ITIN on the IRS's website and you get one the next.
Hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not do that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So what you're saying is if you're not a part of that program, you're not paying any taxes, correct?
Yeah, if you don't have an ITIN.
Okay, hold on, stop. Okay, that's all I'm asking. Hold on. I'm not trying to just listen, man. So if you're not paying any taxes, you're taking money. Do you know what a lot of undocumented workers do with their paycheck when they get it?
They spend it on things such as food, housing, water, clothes.
Wrong. I used to work. I used to do construction.
Then where do they get food, water, housing, and clothes from?
Hold on. That's a necessity. That's not where a lot of their money's going. If you just let me
say, where a lot of their wait. But the average American is living paycheck to paycheck, spending their money on necessities, and the average undocumented immigrant makes less than the average American living in the same market with the same priced goods.
Ain't that funny you say that? Because you know what? 10 to 15 of them can live together in one single house. It makes a big difference, bro. So let me help you.
Why are they more likely to live more people under a single roof? It's because they don't have a social security number. So a vast majority of people who rent
properties makes that rent a lot cheaper. what makes that rent a lot cheaper, so they're not living that paycheck to paycheck life like you're.
And it also means that they're disproportionately less likely to participate in the demand side of the housing economy, yet disproportionately more likely to participate in the supply side of the housing economy, because 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant, which means that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on the price of houses. So I mean, you actually just perfectly detailed a way in which undocumented immigrants really help this country. And more specifically, its housing market.
Wrong again.
How am I wrong? Tell me.
If you just give me 2 seconds.
Sure. Tell me specifically how I'm wrong in my evaluation of how undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on the pricing of houses. Go for it.
This ain't got nothing to do with houses. I just told you about the economy.
But you just told me that I was wrong in my point about how they have a downward pressure on the pricing of houses.
Because listen to me.
Then tell me how I'm wrong.
When they get paid, their money, a lot of times is shipped back home. So it pulls away from the economy. So when you sitting here trying to pivot and move towards the housing market, I'm telling you, when they get their paycheck and this paycheck to paycheck that you're talking about that the average American is living in, that's got a regular household instead of 10 people in the house, 7, 8, 9 people in the house, those are the people living paycheck to paycheck. When you got 10 people contributing to $1,000 worth of rent, that's $100 out of everybody's paycheck, dog. That's not a lot. That's not a lot.
Legal immigration?
I support legal immigration. Look, and this is the thing. I don't even have.
So, what is your evidence that undocumented immigrants are more likely to send more money home than legal immigrants?
Because I work with them.
So, your claimed anecdotal experiences are not a realistic source. Can you give me a source?
I have boots on the ground. How old are you? Have you ever had a job besides this platform right here? Have you ever had a real job?
Yes.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Look at your little face. The answer to that question is yes, I have. Would you like me to tell you my real job experience?
You're probably 20 years old at best. Dude, you've never done nothing. Exactly. I can look at you and you, dude, you're still like you're a baby, bro.
Listen, I understand that you want to hate me because I'm smarter than you, but I do have real job. Wait, don't interrupt a child. That's really strange of you. But anyways, I understand that you hate me because I'm beating you in this debate, but I do have real job experience. I actually have 2 international awards for web development, and I ran a creative agency where I built out online revenue portals for e-commerce websites internationally, including a year and a half of serving as the in-person creative director of a brick and mortar e-commerce brand that turned 10 figures a year. And I completely revitalized not only their online revenue portals, but also their back-end product management all the way from production to shipment, as well as their financial services for like, potential audits on top of expediting.
You haven't left your parents' basement, is what you're saying. You haven't never left your parents' basement. That's basically what you're saying. Like,
I did all the. Wait. So I'm telling you that I was the creative director for a 10-figure e-commerce brand with a brick and mortar production facility, and your response is, so you've never lost your mother's basement? I'm sorry, but that is just such an unrealistically insane response that you would never give to anybody but a young liberal beating you in a debate because you know that you're wrong. If anybody else told you that, your genuine response wouldn't be, oh, this guy lives in his mom's basement. 2 international awards for web dev, creative director for 10-figure brick and mortar e-commerce brand. Oh, they live in their mom. Dude, come on. This is so unrealistic, and it's just a shining example of how butthurt I'm able to make the MAGA idiots who join my stream on a daily basis.
You can stop glazing yourself. Stop glazing yourself, bro. It's unattractive.
You asked for my job experience.
Stop glazing. So we talking about
so you admit that you admit that I have some real job experience to glaze about?
Playing on a computer
That's not job experience,
bro. Pick up a shovel, build something.
Wait,
pick up a shovel,
little guy. Director's no job experience?
Hey, listen, swing a hammer.
Oh, wait, I have job experience there too. I worked for a geotechnical firm. We did soil samples. We did soil samples on job sites.
Hey, look, I know what a soil sample looks like. Hey, stop.
Wait, you just told me to pick up a shovel and pick up a hammer. I mean, we use shovels and hammers in the collection of soil samples with the use of drills on job sites. I can tell you where these job sites are. They're all in western Colorado. There was a lot in Telluride. There's a lot in some in Vail, but not as limited. And then a lot on the western slope, like on job sites in Grand Junction, Colorado, all the way up to like Greeley. So, I mean, like, not only do I have professional job experience as it would relate to being the creative director of a company, but I also have some professional job experience as it would relate to the whole, like, shovel and hammer thing.
Dean, stop lying.
I'm not lying.
Stop lying, Dean.
Well, how would I be able to come up with geotechnical engineering and soil samples? And
I have a computer engineering. I have a computer engineering background. I'm actually a biochemist. I mean, stop, bro. Stop.
By the way, you could look this up. You could look all of this up. In fact, there's a picture of me on the internet holding one of my international awards for web development.
You know what's crazy?
You can find it on the internet.
I've seen Trump holding a shovel too. Ain't that crazy?
So I just predicted
that
that I'd
crazy?
have some.
Dude, stop it.
I just predicted that I'd have some butthurt MAGA idiot join my live 4 years in the future before I was even into politics. That I faked a photo of me holding this award when I was like 17. No, for sure, got it.
So what kind of work was you doing at 17?
Yeah, full stack web development, all the way from because you said you have a computer science degree, you should be able to keep up. All the way from the back end, like server development, to like the front end web development. I had like a special preface on like front end web development. I mean, it was a little bit more archaic than it is now. I mean, you didn't have as many like frameworks available at the time. But I mean, I could kind of run you through my stack if you'd like. Would you like me to run you through my stack?
No, listen, you can try to pivot all you want, bro. Like I told you, we were sitting there talking about one thing. You want to glaze yourself? That's fine with me.
But I thought you called me a liar.
Listen,
you're claiming that you have a degree.
A 17-year-old has no work.
You're claiming that you have a degree, okay, in computer science.
Right.
I should be able to understand. I should be able to describe to you my stack that I'd use for full stack web development, and you should be able to like perfectly get it. So I'm like proving to you that I'm not a liar. Now you're accusing me of pivoting. So
and I perfectly know you haven't picked up a shovel. I can perfectly tell you that. You're a baby, bro. Like I just told you, you can try to confuse or try to make yourself look like what you don't know, though. Stop it. Just stop.
Okay, this baby's whipping your ass in a debate, dude.
Back to the point at hand.
Back to the point at hand because you got fucking flamed on that one. Holy,
it's nothing to be flamed. You're a kid, bro. It's nothing to flame. You don't know shit.
Dude, but that makes it like worse for you. Playing. Yeah, this quote-unquote kid that doesn't know shit.
You sit like, in your house is making and argue in a circle with people, bro. Stop playing. You only fooling yourself.
The only person who's playing here is you, bro. You started talking about how I had no real work experience. Then I shared with you.
That's not real work experience, bro. I hate to tell you that.
So just to clarify, working as a
do you call this real work experience? Is this real work experience right here?
Yeah, no fucking shit.
This is it? This is real work experience?
Yeah, no shit.
This is what you call real work experience right here. This right here.
No shit.
Okay. No. I just want to make sure that's me and you have two different ideas of work, bro.
So real because this isn't a job at all, right? Can you define the word job?
A job is where you actively go out there and really do something with your fucking self instead of sitting around running your mouth.
Okay, so you don't think that like IT professionals who like sit down all day and run their mouth helping people online with IT problems have real jobs?
You're not IT. You're not IT.
But they share the two relevant characteristics of sitting down all day running their mouth.
You're SHIT. You're not IT. I know.
That was the first cute thing you've said all day.
I know.
Good job. Now, I mean, it seems to be the case that an IT professional who does online, I don't know, like IT work for companies, like would share the two relevant characteristics of sitting in a chair all day and like running their mouth, right? So according to you, they don't have a job.
Dean, you're talking politics, bro.
Okay, so talking politics means that you don't have a job. So Charlie Kirk was unemployed?
You're not a politician.
Oh, Charlie Kirk wasn't a politician.
No, and hold on. You're Charlie Kirk now?
No, I'm just asking you. Was Charlie Kirk?
No, hold on.
He sat down and rambled all day about politics.
Charlie Kirk actually had
he just happened to be another person who sat down all day and rambled his mouth about politics. He was.
Again, he employed people.
Oh, okay. So do I.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I legitimately do too. People. I legitimately have an employee that helps me with editing content to post on YouTube. I do. I have an employee.
Okay. Once again.
So therefore I have a job, right?
You're a boss. You're the man. You're the actual man. You're the big. Yeah, you're the big dog. You have one person work. You're a big dog, bro. Big dog.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go ahead and just thank a couple people who are supporting the job. Tori, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get to it. Tori W's down below. Tori with a 20 says, the constant hate you get for your age is insane. Hey, caller, quote unquote, real job doesn't mean physical labor. Quit trying to demean others because you can't follow simple data. Yeah, Tori, listen, I get it because this guy's 44. I'm 21. When I'm 44 years old, I will definitely look at 21-year-olds like kids because in like reflection of myself and my age, they definitely are kids. The same way I look at like 16-year-olds as kids when I'm 21. But I really like that because think about how upsetting that must be for the 44-year-old that's getting his ass handed to him in a debate by a literal child in accordance with his relative view of the comparison of a 44-year-old to a 21-year-old. You know, it just must sting so much more. Laura T, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. He says he says to pick up a shovel, which is blue collar, but then says he's a computer engineer, which is white collar, and says that jobs aren't legit among with streaming. Brett Schill, you're embarrassing yourself. Yeah, I know, and because he's a white collar professional in accordance with his own argument, he's unemployed. That's crazy. Sherry, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Super Chat. That is SHARI. Show some love to Sherry down below. Thank you so very much for the love, Sherry. That is beyond kind of you. I want to see 500 Sherry W's. Sherry with a 50 says, hey, sorry I haven't been on as much, but some of these people have triggered my PTSD, but I'm feeling better and I'm here. You've been talking to some very shitty people lately, so here you go for your therapy. Sherry, I'm so sorry about that, and I'm really awesome. It's awesome to hear that your trial's going all right, and it's good to see you today. Thank you for the $50, Sherry. Then one more on Super Chat for now. Thank you, Feisty, for the $20, who says in all caps, creepy pocket watcher. He's not even pocket watching. He's just like, shit.
Not at all.
Thank you for the $20, Feisty. On PayPal, thank you, SJ, for the $30 donation. Thank you, SJ, who says, will you ask the guest how it feels knowing that a 21-year-old is doing better in life, not in all aspects? I just want to know. I don't know, man. I think he's just going to get really mad and then not answer that question. Thank you for the $30, SJ. DD, thank you so much for the $20, who says people are literally dying from tooth infections in ICE detention centers. How are people okay with that? Well, I like categorize it into 3 buckets. Thank you for the $20, by the way, DD. You have ignorance, you have idiocracy, and then you have evilness. And those are like the 3 categories, which are not mutually exclusive, that many Trump supporters could fall into. Thank you for the $20. DD. Show some love to DD down below. Yeah, that last guy hit the Jets. We're going to go to get that next guest up in here. By the way, you got banned by harassment and bullying to the last guest. Feel free to re-request. I could have you up back. I could have you up back on the stream in 10 minutes. Reed, welcome into Sport Trump.
Hey, but actually, I despise politics altogether, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for coming up, Reed. Tonight we are just looking to talk to people who explicitly like Donald Trump. So make sure if you're inside of the queue, it's because you are a Trump supporter. On PayPal, thank you, Darius, for the $10. I appreciate you, Darius. It's good to see you. Then Danielle, spelled Danyeel. Thank you for the $20 donation, who says, thanks to you and my husband, I've changed my stance about Trump. Hearing these people still defend Trump is insane. I know, Danielle. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you. It is crazy. Earlier, I was in the car with my mom, and I brought up Donald Trump depicting himself as Jesus. And she's a Christian, by the way. And then her response was, oh, it was so obviously a joke. You know, it's just crazy to hear. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, Sunset, are you here? Nope. Okay, moving on to the next guest. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. By the way, for everybody who's tuning in, certainly good to see you all. Thank you for being here. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't, but I'm married to a Trump supporter, and I was just wondering your take on
Is he with you?
what to do with that. No, actually,
Well,
not right this second. He's at work, but
Okay.
he is definitely a MAGA supporter, and I am.
I appreciate you for coming up. Biddy, I actually have a really good resource I could share with you. Go to leavingmaga.org. That is going to be a really good resource that you could use specifically for trying to convince somebody in your family to like leave the MAGA cult. It is definitely a lot of it's a lot of a different approach than what we do on stream. It's like less abrasive. It's a little bit more personal, but it's definitely designed for those personal, familiar connections. So once again, that is leavingmaga.org. Do check it out. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do,
How old are you?
but you have swayed me. I have been watching you for, man, at least a year. I am 60-year-old retired command sergeant major, the U.S. Army, and you, even at 21, you are awesome, and I appreciate what you're doing, man. I have
Marshall.
listen, I have switched. That last fellow you were talking to had my heart rate up, and I'm on life support now. I've got about maybe 6 months to live. But listen, you are on the right track. You're awesome. I would ask one thing of you, Brother Dean, and that would be that you say at least one, if at all possible, good thing about Trump. Seriously, something positive.
You want to know if I could find anything positive about him?
Yes.
I'm asked this question surprisingly a lot. A lot of people are very curious if I could try to name one thing positive about Trump. It's a really
hard
one. I do like Operation Warp Speed. Unironically, Operation Warp Speed was a great piece of legislation. Now, the issue is that he then followed Operation Warp Speed up by like shitting on the use of the vaccine and promoting the stigma surrounding it. But Marshall, man, listen, I really appreciate your incredibly kind words, and I love that we were able to help change your mind, dude. And thank you so much for your service.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest now to try to find a Trump
Thank you,
supporter.
brother.
But
Thank you,
genuinely,
brother.
dude, thank you for your service. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Take care, dude. What a good man. What a good man. I mean, I'm so happy that we're able to change his mind. That's awesome. I love hearing that. What a real good way to end that last conversation that we're having with that last guy. You know, and that really just shows you that it's about ego. It's all about ego. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I'm surprised I got on. I know you're looking for Trump supporters. I'm so sorry.
I am right now, Julia. Plus, it does sound like you are driving, so unfortunately, I am going to be disconnecting you. Folks, we're going to be locking down pretty hard on the guests at this moment in time, guys. Please only hop inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter. Welcome in. Are you MAGA Angie? Okay, Angie sounds a little bit preoccupied. We're going to go to kick her out and move on to the next guest. Okay, all right, guys. We got Matt loading up into the queue, and we got Jins loading up into the queue. Jins, hi. Do you support Trump?
Okay.
Okay, Jin's left. Matt, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, can you turn off the music? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no, and I'm going to kick you. We're going to move on to the next guest, Thomas, right now, folks. We're trying our best, everybody. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support Hitler, bro.
Kali, thank you so much for the galaxy. Okay, and I support you living the rest of your life in your mom's basement, and I wouldn't imagine that I'd meet any contention on that point from you. We're gonna go to meet that. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Hudson loading up into the queue. Here we go. Still looking for the next guest, you guys. Right now we have 14,000 live viewers, but quite frankly, it doesn't seem like we have a single Trump supporter who's willing to come up here and debate. We had that one guy, but then he very quickly lost his mind and started, being pretty mean to me, and then got a ban. That's kind of how it goes with MAGA, folks. It's kind of how that goes. I thank you so much for the Galaxy DB. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. All right, we got Lincoln loading up into the box. We got Mads loading up into the box. We got Only Champs Game loading up into the box. Guys, we're trying to find a Trump supporter. Do give us a minute. My apologies that it's taken a while. Welcome in. Mads, do you support Trump? Mads just left. Mads, how about you just stay out of the queue in the first place, okay? Lincoln, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, Dean.
Okay, Only Champs Game, do you support Trump?
100%, man.
You guys want to do a 1v2?
What is this, fucking Call of Duty?
I guess if that's the way you want to rationalize the concept, sure.
Do you play Call of Duty, bro?
Does this mean you're gonna invite your fucking butt dart buddy fucking Parker?
Hey, none of that. But Dean, seriously though, do you play Call of Duty, bro?
I used to play a lot growing up. Lincoln, did you just say butt dart buddy? What is a butt dart buddy?
Exactly what it sounds like, Dean.
I don't know what it, like, I hear butt buddy a lot. Like, okay, insinuation of gay sex, which is something that a lot of Trump supporters seem to bring up. But I don't understand.
Well, you and Parker play butt darts, don't you?
I don't know what butt darts is.
Okay.
Oh, I get it. That is really creative. You must think about gay sex to like come up with like such a creative way to refer to it.
No, I work construction, man. I've heard it all. Do you want to debate or not?
Dude, I actually don't believe you. I think that you would have to spend a considerable amount of time thinking about gay. You think how creative that is. Butt darts, like a dartboard. You're trying to land like this oblong, thing on the board to then get in the middle. Butt darts, like it's. I don't know. You must think about gay sex a lot. Sure, Lincoln. Let's have a debate. Same thing with you, Only Champs Game. Before we do, I'm gonna go and thank a couple people. So I'm gonna ask you two just to hang out with us here for a moment. We we have like maybe 3 more people on PayPal. Tyler, this was the very first donation of the stream. Thank you so much for the $23. I want to get 200 Tyler W's down below in the comment section. Thank you so much for that love, Tyler. Tyler with the 23 says, hey, Dean, it's been a while. All you need to say is episode 7, season 4 of Invincible is peak. Please watch it, Dean, please. I haven't watched Invincible at all, but I've heard a lot of good about it. Thank you for the love, Tyler. And then last one here from Brooklyn. Thank you for the $20, who says, always love to watch your lives, especially as my work podcast. I constantly make my family members watch your videos and debates. Please tell Mama I said hi. Brooklyn, I really appreciate you so much for your support. Thank you so much for doing some marketing to the family. Hopefully, if any of them were MAGA, we were able to help change their minds. Guys, show some love to Brooklyn in that chat. On Venmo, Annalise, thank you for the $25, who says, dude, I saw on Insta today a video of a Congress saying that absolutely nobody is going to be prosecuted in the files, and absolutely insane for real. Who said that? I'd love to see that myself, Annalise. Thank you for the $25. Then same thing to Tina. Thank you for the $20.
Nobody's going to be prosecuted. Nobody's going to be prosecuted. It's all fucking hearsay. Anyways,
Okay,
carry on.
We'll talk about that here in a moment. Tina, thank you for the $20. Who says for the grift? Let's go, Tina. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the grift. Let's get 200 Annalise and Tina W's. Thank you both. Jason, thank you for the $10. Who says, as a 47-year-old, it infuriates me that these tiny men have to bring up your age when you cook them. I know, it just signals that they are very upset they lost. Chris, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chris. And then Mary, thank you for the $25. Who says, RFK said in his meeting before the House that Biden's administration had published for law limiting people's ability to adopt children based on their religious beliefs, mainly being Christians. Do you know what he was talking about? Thanks, Dean. I do not, Mary. Thank you for the $25. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Mary. And then Gloria, thank you for the $1. And Kyler, thank you so much for the 10. We are all caught up. If you want to support me or the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YT. And right there, Dean Withers without the E. Now, Lincoln, it looks like you're the only one left. That other guy took off. So tell us, why do you support Trump Lincoln?
Why do I support Trump Lincoln?
Your name is Lincoln. So the question was, why do you support Trump? Comma, Lincoln, question mark.
Man, that speech impediment's fucking getting to you, man. Anyways,
What a rude comment to make. What a
yeah.
very rude comment to make about my son.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
but
it
not
is
only
very
did I not
rude.
stutter when I asked that question, but the question was asked properly. That was a properly asked question in accordance with the rules of grammar.
Okay.
Look at your screen. Now you're on a 10-minute timeout, okay? Because TikTok got you. He just got another ban for harassment and bullying. Listen. If it was up to me, for all the Trump supporters watching, I would let you lay into me, okay? I personally am unaffected by your insults, and sometimes I think it's funny because I'm able to turn them all around on you, and then you look stupid, right? But see, the thing is that TikTok really cares a lot. They will ban you for it. And so far, both of the 2 Trump supporters that we've had up have been banned for harassment and bullying because instead of debating, they want to be insulting. So please make sure that you are going to follow those rules to the best of your ability. Paris, thank you for the galaxy. Welcome in, Cam. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you're fucking gay.
Okay. That's very nice, Cam. Now, do you support Trump?
Yeah, Trump makes me a fuck ton of money.
Okay, how old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
2006.
So why do you support Trump?
Because Trump makes me a fuck ton of money.
How so?
In the market, every day.
Are you a day trader?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I mean, actually, he's lost a bunch of day traders a shit ton of money because all their
maybe the big
volatility
guys,
is good
but
for the day trading
hedge funds and shit, but
One moment. See, the thing is although that volatility is good for day traders, it has to be projected volatility. And when we have Donald Trump randomly announcing sanctions or randomly starting wars or giving shitty speeches about those wars on a moment's notice, or Melania Trump coming out about the Epstein files, it heavily destabilizes the day trading community just because you guys can no longer reasonably foresee expected volatility to place
in certain situations, yeah, but there's many situations where that volatility will benefit you.
But more so, what I've seen from day traders over the course of the last 3 months is that the uncertainty of the volatility has been serving as a detriment to many day traders. Like I
And
personally,
again, like I say, like, I'm not gonna say you're
I
wrong.
personally know somebody, a family friend, who supports him and his fiance off of his day trading. And the last 2 months, he has not been making too much money because although he's very skilled at navigating expected volatility to make money, when it's unexpected and all of a sudden,
The thing about it is it's a win-loss game, though. So, like, if he's winning or if he's losing, like you said, somebody else has to be winning. If there's someone losing, there's someone winning.
okay, so you think
Start
that Donald
trading
Trump
risks.
is producing just as many winners as he is losers?
I'm not saying that. That's what you're saying. But I mean,
Well, I mean, you just said if
in my
somebody wins,
pocket,
somebody has to
in my
lose. So
pocket,
if you're
and
winning,
like
that
what
means that
Trump
somebody
always
else is
says
losing, right?
He can't stop winning. We can't stop winning.
Well, I mean, you just said for everybody who wins, somebody else has to lose. So for every win you make, somebody else out there loses because.
Well, you said, why do I support Trump, not for everybody else? I support him because he has me winning.
Oh, okay. Well, what I would say here is I think that it's important to care about more people outside of yourself. And in the same way that volatility can make a very small percentage of day traders win and make money, the volatility is generally not good for the market as a whole. Like, for instance, the market was very volatile during the Great Depression. Now, who knows if you were one of those day traders during the Great Depression that was able to benefit? Would you have turned around and said that I support the Great Depression because it was good for me? No, you'd
Obviously
clearly
not.
say that you wouldn't support the Great Depression because it's bad for the market as a whole. So simultaneously, if we could reasonably conclude that Donald Trump is bad for the market as a whole, you shouldn't be able to support him either. And he is bad for the market as a whole.
As a whole, as in what? Like the entire market? If we're talking about the NASDAQ, I mean, I don't know if you know, but the NASDAQ's hitting all-time highs as we're speaking.
Okay, well, when we look at the, not stock market, but the economy and like the U.S. market, what we see is the worst jobs report since 2003, accounting for recessions last year in 25. The worst jobs report.
Let's get kicked.
Yeah, you did, because once again, the first thing you said, TikTok is really going hard on the guests. He said, Dean, you're a GAY, and he got a ban. God. I don't even know if I could debate Trump supporters if TikTok is going to be this sensitive. Like, low-key. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but it's like, I completely agree with like TikTok banning Trump supporters that say really bad things, but like, why are we just banning them for saying saying like clearly insulting things and being a dick? But if we always banned Trump supporters for saying clearly insulting things, regardless of how insulting they were, we'd have no debates whatsoever. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. We're going to continue the debates. Here's my projection. We're going to have to do a bunch of restarts. We're going to have to do a bunch of restarts, and we'll be fine. We'll be good. We're just going to have to do a bunch of restarts. Oh, you still have an active flag, Lincoln. That's all. That's all. We're just going to have to do a bunch of restarts. We're probably going to hit our first restart on the top of the hour. All right. Go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now. We got Brush Light joining. We have 50 minutes on the stream. We're going to go ahead and do a restart in like 10 to 20 minutes.
What's up, Dean?
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Have you been up here recently?
Not recently.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I support deporting illegal aliens or foreign invaders.
Foreign invaders? What's a foreign invader?
People that's undocumented, that's here in this country, don't belong here and haven't worked to be here.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like we typically use the word invader to describe somebody that is like intruded upon like your space to like hurt you. But undocumented immigrants, right, the vast majority of them don't hurt us. In fact, they help us. So I just don't know if we'd use that word invader.
You want me to tell you why I use the word invader?
Yeah.
Lake and Riley, Jocelyn. You got Rachel Moran. She's 37, unalived by an illegal immigrant. that wasn't supposed to be here, that if they wasn't here, then these people would still be alive. Ruby Garcia, 25 years old, unalive.
Yeah.
We can keep going down the list.
I know. But you know the list that you'll never go down is Epstein's. As soon as we get to.
So why are you
Jane
projecting? Why are you pivoting away from what we're talking about now? Epstein later. We can talk about Epstein later.
Don't worry, I'm not pivoting.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Stay on
topic.
topic. No, sir. Stay on topic. No, sir. Stay on topic.
Don't worry.
Stay on topic. Stay on topic.
Don't worry, I am. I understand that the unknown is scary. That I might just pivot because I said Jeffrey Epstein's name. But I promise if you let me land the plane, you'll understand that I'm not pivoting.
All right, land the plane. Let's go. Come on.
Good.
We're in the air. We need to land.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, you like to rattle off that list of names, but what the list you'll never read would be Jeffrey Epstein's. As soon as we get to Jane Doe number 3, who credibly accused Trump, oh, wait, who's she? You'll never say E. Jean Carroll's name. You're never going to say that.
Police officer David Lee.
Tasha Dixon, or any of the other names of the women that Donald Trump sexually exploited at beauty pageants. But
you don't want to hear that,
undocumented immigrants. Okay, and the violent undocumented immigrants who did kill the names of the women and girls that you just listed off.
Great pivot. I'm gonna tell you, you got police
I'm still in the middle
officer.
of my sentence. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mute you to tell you to be quiet, so I could finish my sentence, and then I'm gonna let you unmute yourself, and then just be an adult. Okay, I'm not gonna do the whole baby bottle thing where I just have to forcefully hold it in your mouth by spamming the mute button.
Can you just get to it, please?
No, not while you're interrupting me. Quite frankly. No. Have impulse control and I'll get to it. Okay?
Let's get to it, man.
How many times do you think that we're going to have this conversation again?
Let's just get to it. I'll be respectful to you. It's your stream. You have the power to mute me and pivot all you want, but you know, let's get to it. Let's hear what you got to say.
Good.
We're in the air. We need liftoff. We need to land the plane. Let's get it.
You gave me the names of like 4 or so women that have been viciously murdered by undocumented immigrants. I agree that undocumented immigrants who commit very violent crimes should either be thrown in jail or deported. Now, the Trump administration does not think that. Under the Laken Riley Act, an undocumented immigrant could be deported to another country on the basis of an accusation or arrest of a violent crime without a conviction, which then means that they'd be roaming free on the streets of other countries to recommit. Okay? So, not even the Trump administration has the best interests of women and girls in mind, but, you know, that's already a fact. We already knew that one. Now, back to undocumented immigrants as a whole. Point number 1, the average American citizen is 2.5 times more likely to commit a violent crime here than the average undocumented immigrant. And then point number 2, we'd actually have higher crime rates if we were to follow through with a mass deportation because of their destabilizing effects on the American economy, which would then cause more poverty, which would then cause more crime. To conclusion, that if we truly care about the victims of violent crimes, A, we can't endorse policy like the Laken Riley Act to let them roam free on the streets of other countries to recommit, and B, we can't do a mass deportation because that will only ensure that we have more violent crimes, so we C, have to consider something more so along the lines of mass amnesty.
Yes, sir. First off, let's not use the statistic that American citizens commit more crimes than immigrants, because we know, everyone knows that's a fact. But at the same time, we're talking about immigrants that are committing crimes. They're coming to this country that if they wasn't here, these American citizens would still be living. That is the name. And you talking about some, I just named 3 people. I can name 20 right now if you really want to go there. Names, ages, who committed the crime, and what happened to them. We can get specific. You know what I'm telling you? It's about keeping American citizens safe. It's America first, American only, not immigrants, because you and the Democrats are for immigrants first, not Americans. Because if you was for Americans first, you wouldn't sit there and pivot away from these names that I was just naming, talking about some Epstein. Yes, that's a big problem right there.
Mm-hmm.
But this right here, but American citizens getting hurt is a bigger problem. And we need to do that. We need to be America first and American citizens first. So what do you have to say about that? Why are you immigrants first?
So
illegal.
I don't think that you actually listened to a word that left my mouth. If
No, I
you
heard
did
what you
listen
said.
to
I heard what you
a
said.
word that left my mouth, then you know that not engaging in mass deportation is better for the health, safety, and well-being of American citizens. Because then we don't destabilize the economy, increase poverty, increase crime. You didn't listen to me when I described to you that mass deportation materially increases crime on American soil. Okay? And then you're also saying that Democrats are immigrants first over American citizens first. Okay? Well, listen, I think that Democrats are country first. Okay? Because immigrants make this country better, not just for themselves, but also for the pre-existing natural U.S.-born citizens. The Khalil Institute did an economic study over the course of the last 30 years. Okay, immigrants have contributed a $14.5 trillion surplus. Okay, and that's a surplus. That's considering every dollar that has been spent on every social safety net, every K through 12 education for every immigrant in the last 30 years. On top of those expenses, they still yet put us $14.5 trillion in the green. Saved us from 3 recessions. Okay, helps us position ourselves as the main economic generator on the global stage. And then you turn around, you say, screw them all, because we only care about the pre-existing citizens. That's what it means to put America first. You are such a tool. Because if we deport all the undocumented immigrants, if we shut down the legal means of entry, this country falls with the natural U.S.-born citizens.
Well, first off, I was speaking of illegal immigrants, not immigrants as a whole, because America is built up of immigrants or settlers, whatever you want to call it. So you talking about something that I'm pretty much just saying, screw these people. No, I'm saying people that come here, they have, it's a process that you have to go through, just like it's a process that you have to go through with everything. Why should we be more lenient as a country on our immigration when other countries have stricter laws than us? That's what I'm trying to get to. So
you're going to completely pivot off the point of violent crime directed towards citizens because now you've realized that making that point is inconvenient to your narrative because
no, sir, that's just the part of it. No. Ain't no pivoting.
Who's the one pivoting now?
How am I pivoting? Explain how.
For sure, because you made a point that we need to get all the undocumented immigrants out because we're American first, because we care about the safety of like American women and girls. And then I responded to that by describing, well, actually, American women and girls would be less safe if we did a mass deportation because not only are natural citizens more likely to commit violent crimes against them, but we'd see a higher level of not only crime rates but also nominal crime numbers if we were to do a mass deportation because of the economically destabilizing effects of increased poverty.
Well, first off, we're not talking about the American citizens that would commit the crimes, though. You're completely pivoting away from what I was talking about. What I'm talking about is the illegal immigrants that came here illegally. Can't you admit that them coming here undocumented is a crime?
No.
So it's not a crime to you?
The reason why I say that is because undocumented entry usually is not adjudicated inside of civil courts. It's typically adjudicated inside of criminal courts. It's typically adjudicated inside of civil courts. So it's more typical definition would be a civil infraction. But I mean,
still goes against it. You can't admit it. It's so funny because you can't sit there and actually admit that it's breaking the law. It's that you try to.
I can admit that it's breaking the law.
Sorry, because you try to tiptoe your way around it, trying to make it sound all sweet. But at the same time, what you're just trying to say is that them coming here illegally is still a crime. That's exactly what you're trying to say.
I'll agree that it's breaking the law. But
yeah, so breaking the law is a what? Crime, correct?
No, not necessarily.
So breaking the law, so I can go break the law and it won't be a crime.
In some circumstances, yes.
You see what I mean? This is exactly what I'm talking about. You can't even sit there and admit something so simple. This is the most simplest thing that you can admit. Breaking the law is a crime. We
usually reduce it down to that if you break the law, you're committing a crime, just because that's something that's a lot easier for like particularly children to understand, and we just want to like imprint on children that it's like bad to break the law, don't commit crimes. But in all reality, from a legal perspective, it is a little bit more complex than that. Because breaking the law can be a crime, which would be a criminal offense, but breaking the law could also be a civil infraction, which isn't a crime because it's not a criminal offense. And then on top of that, because the way that we teach children about the law is like, once again, if you break the law, you've committed a crime, just for easiness. I've adopted this new colloquial definition of what a crime is, just to be any infraction, regardless if it's civil or criminal. But from a strictly legal standpoint, a crime is a criminal offense, and usually undocumented entry is not adjudicated as a criminal offense, but rather adjudicated in civil courts. If adjudicated at all, in fact, in most circumstances, it's not even adjudicated in a criminal or civil court, and they're just deported. But listen, that's just the nuance that I don't expect you to be on board with exploring because you're not that smart of a guy. If you just want to call it a crime to appease to your intuitions and emotions, I'm fine with
say
that.
someone's not smart. Did I sit there and attack your intelligence at all? This is what you do. You
I'm just
explain
being
something.
honest.
You tiptoe away around something because you literally sat there and pretty much just admitted, hey, yeah, it is a crime. Oh, you know what? Let me go ahead and say, oh no, it's not a crime, but we just tell children this, blah 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 blah. It's just all BS that's coming out your mouth.
I gave you
It's
an
just all
explanation on
coming out your
the
mouth because you
nuance.
can't sit there and admit the fact
I
that
gave
hey,
you
if
an
you come to the
explanation
country
of
under
the
this new
nuance.
leadership, it is.
I gave you an explanation of the nuance. I gave you an education for free, and then you just tried to recap that, and your recap was unironically blah 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 blah. Like, yeah, that's why we don't usually go through that nuance because you're not
I
smart
just use
enough
that
to
so I can
understand it.
minimize, so I can literally make the argument, my argument, shorter, so I wouldn't have to, so we can sit there and go back and forth. I'm not gonna. I just told you to stop insulting me. Someone's, oh, you're not smart, Dean. You're not the smartest. You're what? 22?
21.
21. About to be 22 soon, man. I'm about to be 20 soon. I got 3 months. Yo, I promise me, I got way more education than you do.
Okay, how many amendments are there to the Constitution?
Because you want to sit there and argue basic stuff like that.
Hey, Bush Light,
That's
how many
exactly what
amendments
it
are there
is.
to the Constitution?
Let's sit there and actually debate what we're talking about. Let's not
Sounds
go off
good.
topic.
How many amendments are there to the
Let's
Constitution?
sit there and debate all. You're trying to go off
Why
topic.
is he not?
You want
How
me to tell you
many-
why? Because I'm not
how
going to go
many
off topic
amendments?
with you. And I'm not about to go off topic with you. We're talking immigration, correct?
Yeah, we're talking
We're
about
talking
the
immigration,
law.
correct? We're talking
about
immigration, correct?
Okay,
We're
so
talking immigration, correct?
And the Constitution concerns immigration and the law.
Oh
How
my
many
days,
amendments are
bro.
there in the Constitution?
You say what?
How many amendments are there in the Constitution? You don't know. There's 27. It's 27 amendments. Now, you did refuse to answer that because you thought it was a quote-unquote pivot. I could ask you a better question that just concerns immigration. And you said, Dean, I'm a lot smarter than you. Okay, so
sorry.
after how long can an undocumented immigrant be in America and claim asylum for?
I don't know how long.
Oh, I thought you said you're smarter than me.
No, I'm just saying. You sat there and you attacked my intelligence first. I didn't attack your intelligence first. That's
Well,
how
it
that
seems
goes.
like I had good reason to attack your intelligence, but you don't have good reason to attack
I know
my
a lot about
intelligence.
history. I'm more of a history dominant nerd, so we can go there if you really want to.
Okay, when was the 14th Amendment ratified?
You want to? Let's talk about
When
my
was the
type of
14th
history.
Amendment
Let's talk
ratified?
about my history.
1 second, answer the question.
No.
In what year was the 14th Amendment ratified?
The United States, or before Germany took over, before Germany started attacking. Let's talk there.
Dude, wait,
Let's
answer
go
the question
there.
about history. When was the 14th Amendment ratified?
Which one? When was it?
I mean, I thought you said you were less smarter than me on history. It was 1868.
I said I was going to debate it. I was going to ask you a question. That's how it goes.
Dude, you're a fucking clown, bro. Come on.
You're a clown. You're a clown. Look at you.
So true.
Why don't you debate in public? Why don't you debate in public? Why don't you debate in public? Why don't you debate in public?
I do debate in
Interact.
public.
No, you don't. How about you come to Chicago? Come to Chicago and debate. Let's debate there.
I'm
In
sorry.
person.
I don't think I would debate you in person. You seem like a very irrational, crazy dude who I wouldn't want to be in
I'm
a
not
20-foot
crazy.
radius of.
I'm actually pretty open-minded, which is why I agree with you.
Can I ask you a question? Let's see if you're open-minded and sane or closed-minded and insane. If Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women and laughed about it, called it funny, would you still support him as president? You're muffling your mic. You need to get it off the blankie.
What you say?
There you go. Let's see if you're open-minded and sane, as you said, or closed-minded and insane, as I'm suggesting. Would you still support Trump as president if he had sexually exploited naked women and laughed about it and called it funny?
Who says I support Trump all the way?
So the debate topic of this stream is, how do you still support Trump? And the first question
Yeah,
that I
I
asked you
support-
when you
I-
joined is, do you
And
support Trump?
yeah,
and
I
you said
support
yes.
him. I support him on I guess sense of ice. I guess you can say.
Can you please answer my question?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I
Let me
said
answer
who,
the
who
question.
says I. It says that. That's why I said who says I like Trump, because I don't
You?
support him all the way. I
Oh,
didn't.
so you actually are not a supporter of Trump in office?
I'm gonna be honest. They're all traitors to our country.
Dude. Okay. All right. We're just looking to talk to Trump supporters. By the way, he is changing his mind, so he doesn't have to answer the question I asked. That's kind of how it goes. Now listen, to the 13.9 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream for the day, I said that this would come, and unfortunately the time is here. TikTok has been very hard on me today with banning and giving me flags for the things that the guests are saying on the live. And we've now connected enough flags to the point where we have to restart the stream. Now, I'm really going to try to sell you on coming back after the restart. All 14,000 of you guys. You're already here because you are clearly in the mood to listen to some debates with Trump supporters. The restarts take 5 seconds. In less than 5 seconds, you will be right back to listening to the debates with Trump supporters. The very best way to come back is to hit that follow button top left-hand corner. You could unfollow right after. It's just the way to come back to the stream. And then you'll find me on your following feed under the lives in less than 10 seconds. Additionally, when the live ends, you will see my profile picture in the middle of the phone screen. If you click on that, you'll land on my account page. If you just wait a moment on my account page, maybe 10 seconds, refresh it, you'll be able to click into the new live. Usually, we only get around 50% of the people back after a restart. So it's like 7,000 of you guys. I want to see if we could get 80% back. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit that restart right now. I'm going to start by counting down from 10. By the time I get to 5, I'll be back on. $30 Annika, that is Annica. Let's start this restart off by showing some love to Annika in that chat. Annika with a 30 says, love all that you do, you're the best. Love from Sweden. We'll love to you and love to Sweden. I'd love to make it out there one day. I feel like you guys are living a little bit of the high life right now. Thank you so much for the love and support, Annika. Same thing to V, that is VI. Thank you for the $33 donation. Thank you, V. V says, hey Dean, I donated a few weeks ago and wanted to again. I told my coworker Judy that you spoke about her and she was really happy. P.S. I can't believe Trump made an AI picture of himself as Jesus. Very embarrassing. Yo, shout out to you, Judy. And yeah, that picture was crazy, V. Thank you for the $33. You were awesome. And then Mulaney, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate you. On chat super, thank you, Joshua, for the $50. Oh my God. Joshua, you are the GOAT. Holy shit, that is so much money, dude. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Joshua down below in that chat, folks. Joshua with the 50 says, this low brain activity fascist unironically has a patriotic front edit of an Oswald Mosley speech on his profile. Unapologetic Nazis do not deserve any platform anywhere they go on this planet. Fuck Nazis and fuck that guy. I wish I would have known that before. Thank you so much, Joshua, for the $50, but clearly he's gone now. I appreciate you. Show some love to Joshua and all the donors while we're starting this next debate. Jeremiah, do you support Trump?
Oh, hell yeah. I love Trump.
Oh, Joshua, hell no. Embarrassing.
What are you talking? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how embarrassing it is to still support the cognitively incoherent maniac that's like threatening to genocide 90 million people, attacking the Pope, calling himself Christian, praising Allah, then depicting
He ain't genocide nobody yet.
Yeah, he just threatened it. I would definitely argue here that threatening to genocide 90 million people should be a disqualifier for public office.
Well, hold on. He ain't even threatening it either. Like, what are you talking about now?
Oh, he did. Yes, he did. He threatened to kill every single Iranian, to kill their quote-unquote whole civilization.
No, he did not. And if you're talking about posts he made, it was probably one of his staff people that posted it for him.
Yeah,
like that Jesus picture. My son told me about that Jesus picture, and I was like, there ain't no way that Trump could have posted that picture. It had to have been one of his staffers, and lo and behold, he ended up getting deleted.
Well, see, the thing is that Trump said he did post that photo of him as Jesus.
He did? You got proof for that?
Funny enough, I do. Because I replied to it on Twitter. I should be able to pull it up relatively easy. Yeah, here we go.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ? And Well, it wasn't a picture. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was.
There you go.
Well, I'll be damned. Well, either way, I mean,
Are you
we
trolling?
got my gas prices.
Are-
What are you
You're
talking
trolling.
about,
You're
man?
about to start talking about
never
getting gas
talked
prices
before.
down.
What are you talking about? We've never
Yeah.
talked.
Yeah,
We have never spoken.
We've never talked. We've never talked. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, folks. We're looking for American adults that are 18 plus that are MAGA to come up here and have some hopefully productive dialogue. We've never talked. That was funny. Felix, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that you could disconnect the microwave that you happen to be speaking to me through?
Sure.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, Felix. Very, very kind.
Okay.
You need to get a little bit closer to your phone. You're about 5 more billion light years away.
We're trying to contact you regarding your car's extended warranty. We just want to give you.
Get out of here. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. What the dude?
Dude, I've been waiting. Oh my god.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, dude, we debated yesterday. My guy, I dog walked you.
Oh,
at the
fuck,
end.
it's you.
Yeah, dude. That's why I was surprised you brought me up. I was not expecting this.
I'm going to kick you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing that again. You were pretty nuts yesterday. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be so honest. Just no thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, not here. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Pastor loading in. DB, thank you so much for that Galaxy. I appreciate you. Welcome in, Pastor. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump. 100%.
Is that Sam Hyde?
I think so. I mean, a friend told me to put that on my profile picture, but I'm not sure.
Okay, how old are you?
It was a challenge.
How old are you?
I am 21.
Okay, and what time is it?
It's 8:51 p.m.
Okay, so are you in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I just
We're going to
wanted
go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got the next guest, dude, John, loading up into the box. Or like maybe the Caribbean or South America. I think it's like, okay, it's like 8:51 in some parts of Canada, some parts of the Caribbean, some parts of South America, and then the Atlantic Ocean. And those are the 4 places. We're gonna go to get that next guest, Levi, loaded up into the queue. Only up inside of that comment section if you happen to be MAGA, like Brazil, for instance. I'm Brazil. I think it's 8:51. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Levi's not here. Okay, guys, I'm telling you, there's no Trump supporters left. I'm trying my best out here, folks. I'm trying my best to find some debates, but like clearly, okay, they're just nowhere to be seen. But guys, this is why it's so important to continue to double tap away in that phone screen. All right, share out that live. Say what's good in that comment section, and we need to get this live to send out more to get the Trump supporters in here. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm just here for the crack. I'll be honest.
Okay, bye. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
58.
Oh, dude, you're MAGA? You can't be MAGA anymore, man. He sucks. Why do you still support Trump?
Why do you not?
Oh, there's about 1 billion reasons why I don't support Trump. Are you sure that you want me to give them all to you? I mean, he's terrible. He's terrible for the economy. He's crashing.
I've heard them all.
You want them all?
I'm here often. Yeah, I'm here pretty often, Dean. I've heard them all.
Okay. Well, I mean, then you should know I don't support Trump. From the economy to social issues to foreign policy to his own character, he's a mess.
So, foreign policy, what do you think about the war?
I mean, I think that it's just abysmal. I mean, truly, just like what a stain on the United States of America, and what an embarrassment for the world, and what a grave immorality for the lives lost.
So, what would you say if the war ends, Trump negotiates peace, the Iranian people take over their government, and there's peace in the Middle East? How would you feel about that?
Well, the negotiations are only going to ensure that the Iranian people will have a more difficult time taking over their government. The reason why I say that is because it includes a relinquishment of $30 billion of sanctions on the IRGC, meaning that the IRGC will only have more money to invest into their military and into preventative means to prevent a coup. So Trump is actually just making it harder for the Iranian people to take control. Not to mention that, well, when Donald Trump is signaling that the more reasonable minds of the IRGC have arisen and we've achieved quote-unquote regime change, this is telling Iranians that they actually don't need to take over their government anymore because Donald Trump, the savior, has done regime change and now their leaders are more reasonable. So from a hard force perspective, i.e. Donald Trump relinquishing sanctions on them, giving them more money to then turn around and spend on their military. And from a soft power perspective of, influencing the Iranians to actually think that the IRGC is calm and reasonable now, it's bad.
You think that if the IRGC receives that money, that they're going to try to rebuild their military instead of their infrastructure? Is that what you're saying?
Well, matter of fact,
Iran would demand that they rebuild their infrastructure.
Why can't they do both?
Well, they could do both, but are they going to be able to rebuild their military to the capability that it was before the war began?
Well, I mean, if they are being safeguarded by a peace deal with the U.S., being given money via the relinquishment of sanctions, and being protected from, quote-unquote Israel via this peace agreement. Now, Israel can't just bomb them for no reason and claim the existence of nuclear weapons, which is the same exact reason why Israel opposed the JCPOA. Sure.
All right. Well, that sounds good. That sounds like a win for Trump.
Oh, but you were just telling me that it was a win if he could free the Iranian people of the oppression from the IRGC. But now you're telling me it's a win for Trump to actually just give the oppressive IRGC more power and control over the Iranian people. This is like if it's heads, you win, and if it's tails, I lose scenario, where you're just essentially going to call literally any outcome of Donald Trump's devastating war in Iran a win. Okay? I want to ask you a question. Do you think Donald Trump was telling the truth when he said the reason why he's starting this war is because Iran was an imminent nuclear threat on the night of February the 28th?
Define imminent.
Immediate.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, so then you admit that Trump lied insofar as why he started this war?
No, I don't believe. I don't believe in
That's the reason he gave.
I don't believe in your definition of imminent.
What's your definition of imminent?
Well, imminent would be the near future.
So immediate.
No, not immediate.
What do you think the word near means?
You want to wait till the warheads are in the air to react? Is that what you're telling me?
I'd say that the near future is the immediate future.
I would say that the near future could be any amount of time.
Any amount of time? Wait. So if I told you that you are at an imminent risk of heart failure, but what I mean when I say that is your father died from a heart attack at 95 years old, and we think that you will too, but right now you're 35. Would I be telling you the truth?
No.
Okay, right? And you just conceded, right, that the near future doesn't just mean any reference of the future, but rather the very close or immediate future.
But if you told me that I was in imminent threat of having a heart attack because I have high blood pressure and that this could happen within the next 5 years, I would consider that imminent.
Okay, so now imminence is within 5 years. I won it. If you were at threat of having a heart attack in 5 years, you are not at an imminent threat of having a heart attack, but you are at a threat of having a heart attack, right? Now you're just trying to dilute the definition of the word imminent to mean meaningless. And this is the way that you're attempting to defend the notion that Donald Trump didn't lie when he said that they're an imminent threat.
So in the case of having a heart attack, and let's say that the doctor says that it is imminent, what am I going to do?
If a doctor tells you that you're at an imminent threat of having a heart attack, that means you could literally have a heart attack today or tomorrow
or in a week or in a month or in a year.
No.
And so by imminent,
no. Give me an example. Give me an example of a doctor telling somebody that they're at an imminent threat of having a heart attack, but they couldn't possibly get a heart attack until 1 year from now.
I can't give you an example. That's ridiculous.
Because it doesn't happen. Because it doesn't fucking happen. Because that's not the way we use the word imminence. That'd just be at a high risk, but not at an imminent threat.
So with 2 weeks,
listen, if a doctor tells you that you're at an imminent threat of having a heart attack, this means get in your fucking car and go to the ER. This doesn't mean, just like go check up and get, a couple scans of your, ventricles here and there in a year from now. No, this means get in your car and go to the ER. Right? Do we agree?
No, we don't agree. You and I clearly have a different definition of the word imminent.
You're changing your definition of the word imminent very obtusely and very in a very bad faith manner and in a very disingenuous manner, okay, to make sense out of like Donald Trump's unrealistic claim that they're an imminent nuclear threat. How about this? Tell me, how could Iran have been an imminent nuclear threat on February 28th if their nuclear program was totally destroyed and they have not even started on rebuilding it yet?
Well, didn't the negotiators claim that they still had 900 pounds of over 60% enriched uranium in which they could develop into a nuclear warhead in less than 2 weeks?
Even if we assume that they had buried uranium enriched over a threshold of 60%, this wouldn't make them an imminent threat, because point number one, that's still not weapons grade enrichment. They need that to be 90% enrichment. And then point number two, okay, they wouldn't have the facilities required in order to further enrich it to meet that weapons grade enrichment, or that once it is enriched to a weapons grade degree, then to turn around and make it into a warhead, okay? Because we completely obliterated their nuclear program and they hadn't even started on rebuilding it yet. Plus your 2 weeks claim, I think that's bullshit.
Well, that's what the negotiators said.
Show me.
I mean, I wasn't in the room, but
show me.
That's what Steve and I can't remember his last name. Well, the lead negotiator for the United States, along with Trump's son-in-law.
So Trump's son-in-law. Okay. Show me the evidence. Can I see the evidence for the claim?
Well, I'd have to lead the live.
Okay, well, I mean, if that's what you have to do in order to provide evidence that you're not lying, I mean, that's what you got to do.
Well, if you'll be patient and wait, I will provide the evidence.
Yeah, you want to hop back inside that queue once you have it?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, man. Yeah, I'll look for you. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA. Dude, Tina, it's so good to see you today. Thank you for the Desert Wolf. Show some love to Tina down below in that chat for the Desert Wolf. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you, Tina. Same thing to you, Maddie. Thank you for the $10 and Chat Super, who says, thank you for all that you do, Dean, from a former TP USA staff. Oh, no way. I've talked to a lot of former TP USA staff members. I don't hear good stories frequently. Thank you so very much for the love, Maddie. Welcome in, Derek. Do you support Trump? So it's definitely a Trump supporter, folks, because he's a Nazi. But see, the thing is that I don't debate Nazis. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got M loading up into the queue right now on Venmo. Caleb, thank you for the $10. Who says here's $10 for Momo Treats. I appreciate that, Caleb.
Hey,
one moment, Caleb. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2007.
What month?
December.
Okay. It doesn't sound like your friends are Trump supporters.
Yeah. Oh, no, my dog is running. I'm sorry.
Okay, you sound busy. Come up later. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, folks. We got Lift with Walter joining on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the $50 donation, and Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Amanda and Elizabeth, you two are incredibly kind. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do here. $50 sure as hell goes a very long way where I live, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Dude, that is ridiculous. Thank you so much, Amanda and Elizabeth. Show some love to Amanda and Elizabeth down below in that chat. Amanda with a 50 says, use this for your $15,000 espresso machine, or maybe a date night, and keep up the good work. I know, dude. $150,000 espresso machine, Amanda.
Well, actually, according to my calculations, folks, it's about $400,000.
Yeah, no, we're at $400,000, Amanda.
Soy Boy Dean, back
One
at
moment.
it again.
Pipe down. Elizabeth with a $50 says, thank you for all that you do. I love to see you change people's minds. These fucking people need more common sense. Keep on doing what you're doing. Thank you, Elizabeth. I love what I do so much. I will never give it up in a million years. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Elizabeth. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Then Katarina, thank you for the $1. Then Annalise, thank you for the $5. And Morgan, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you.
Hey,
and then Rob, thank you for the $10. Show some love to Morgan and Rob down below. Thank you.
Dean, is it okay if I thank a couple people for my PayPal also while we're at it from the RNC?
No, it's actually not okay because I'm still thanking some donors.
Okay, I'll
Abby, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says, government cheese tax. Would love to hear your thoughts on what just passed about us allowing extradition by China in the Boundary Waters area. The vote was extremely close, but now a prized patch of Midwest nature will be stripped for money. I hate that. That's my thoughts, Abby. I hate that so much. Thank you for the $20. Emily, thank you so much for the $30 as well. Thank you, Emily. Let's go. Thank you so much, Emily. Emily with the $30, who says, if you had to pick a class in D&D, what would you be? I don't know, because I've never played D&D, but I appreciate you for the $30. You are awesome. Thank you. And with that, we are actually all caught up on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support.
Thank you guys from the RNC, from PayPal. We got up $5 from Steve.
Oh, wait, I actually have more people to thank on PayPal. Kristen, thank you for the $50 donation.
I had PayPal.
I'm sorry, I have PayPal first. Kristen with a $50. That is Kristin with the $50 says, what's up,
Real
G?
nice, Dean.
I get my orders next week. We need to manifest Hawaii, like ship products to Hawaii. Okay. I'm going to GJ next month for my sister's graduation. I'm excited. Keep up the good work. No way. That's awesome. Is that the CMU graduation, Kirsten? That's crazy. This world is such a small place. Thank you for the $50, and I appreciate you for the kind words. Show some love to Kristen down below. Same thing to, let's see here. Bart, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, Bart. And then Trevor, thank you for the $5. You guys are awesome. Hey, bud.
Hey, on PayPal, we got $5 from Steve. He says, these soy boys will never learn.
Sorry. I actually don't allow people to grift on my life. Hello?
Well, you're shouting out the DNC. I can shout out the RNC.
Well, the thing is, I'm not grifting, but you are. No, it's not.
I'm not grifting. That's an actual donation, by the way. But,
Hey, Passport,
that was the only donation I got.
Can you calm down, Passport, bro?
Yeah, you guys keep using that term loosely. Speaking of which, I do have a big booty Latina coming here right now.
Okay. We're going to move on to Lincoln. Dude, it's chronically online. Go shower. That's why I kicked you. I kicked you so you could go shower. Okay? Knowing you, Brian, you smell like shit. And it's probably really important. It is a national crisis that you immediately go hop in the shower before she's there. Okay? So that's why I kicked you. Look at me doing something nice for the community. Lincoln, you got banned earlier. Do you think that there's any way you could debate me without getting banned?
Do you think there's any way you can
think of something smart? Come on, Lincoln. Think of something. Come on. Think of an insult. Come on, buddy. Come on, get it out.
So this is what you do. See, you like to interrupt people.
Well, I mean, I was asking a question, and instead of wanting to answer, you were thinking of some like cute spin to make it an insult against me. It's annoying, Lincoln. Just like legitimately, do you think that you could follow TikTok's terms of service?
Do you think you can stand for the American people rather than fighting for illegal immigrants?
Well, I mean, I think that the suggestion that the two things are diametrically opposed to one another is false. I actually think in fighting for the American people, we are also fighting for the undocumented immigrants who are here with no bad crimes on their record.
So why is that, Dean? Why do you stand for illegal immigrants but not the American people?
Well, that suggestion is false, Lincoln. I stand for both undocumented immigrants and the American people because helping undocumented immigrants means helping the American people.
Also, I'd like to ask too, why do you vape so much? Why are you so stressed out? Your job's fairly simple. You get the comfort of being in your own home, petting your cat. Why are you so stressed out?
I don't know, Lincoln. You're quite the tool. You stress me out. You're making me go bald. I'm on hair pills because of you.
Yeah, maybe you need to hit your vape one more time before we have a discussion. Is that possible?
Do you think it'd be possible for you to pass a third grade history or math test before we have a discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. Totally capable. You don't think so?
I don't. Now, why do you support Trump?
Why do you support illegal immigrants?
Well, I could, go on the whole description about how an offering.
Why do you not believe in due process?
Pathway to what?
Why do you not believe in due process?
So, do you want me to answer the first question or the second question? Because I can't answer the two questions at the same time.
Go ahead, Dean. I'm waiting.
Well, which one do you want me to answer?
Both of them.
Okay. So I support undocumented immigrants because I believe in human rights. I think that mass deportation leads to a bunch of human rights violations. Not to mention I support undocumented immigrants because I support American excellence. And I think that American excellence is built off of immigration, and offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship will only help in building American excellence through scaling our economy, increasing real median wages, preventing recessions, increasing taxable revenue to support social safety nets, reducing crime rates, reducing nominal crime levels, so on and so forth. Then your second question was, why don't you believe in due process? So I'm the one that believes in due process. You're not, because you support the Trump administration, who had a court rule that 300 of their removals were illegal in violation of due process, i.e. the 4th and the 14th Amendment. And then the Trump administration turned around and said, I don't give a shit. So I don't know. I'd ask the same question to you. Lincoln, why don't you support due process?
That's false, Dean. I do support due process. I believe if you want to come to the United States, what'd you say?
That you don't support Trump for the reason I just gave of the whole had his removals ruled as illegal and in violation of due process.
No, so see, I do support due process. I also believe that, when you want to enter into America, you need to do it from the foreign country that you're in before you enter into America. You should not sneak into the United States, the greatest country of all of them, hands down by far. That's why people, sneak into the country looking for a better opportunity, jobs, whatever the case may be. And, before you do that, you need to do it from your own country and not sneak in and try to gain access.
Yeah. So you actually didn't answer my question, because supporting due process means that you support due process when people do things that you don't think they should do, i.e. robbery. Robbers should get due process, i.e. violent crimes. People
but isn't it
violent crimes should get due process, so then we ensure that we have the guilty person in jail so they can't go out there and recommit to ensure that their victim gets justice. So due process as a concept is something in which we support for those accused of the things in which they shouldn't do. So I don't understand the narrative shared by you and many other Trump supporters that the reason why you don't think undocumented immigrants deserve due process is because they did something that you don't think they should have. And it's also very hypocritical.
You have the answer to every fucking
undocumented
question.
Immigrants should lose their natural inalienable right to due process because they committed a victimless federal misdemeanor. But then Donald Trump should gain the White House, regardless of the fact that he was found guilty of 34 felonies. The civil court adjudicated him to have raped a woman, lied about the valuation of his properties to a bank in New York, defrauded his university, concealed classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago, tried to coup the government with J6, or had his name redacted over 1 million times in the Epstein files. It is very hypocritical.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Give me the definition of home invasion. What is home invasion?
I take the colloquial definition of home invasion to be when somebody barges into your home without your permission, with like negative intention to like hurt you or harm you.
Okay, so illegal immigrants, would you agree?
No.
How?
Because undocumented immigrants are not barging into my home with negative intention to hurt me.
They are, though. This is your home ground, correct? The United States is your home ground. Would you agree?
Oh, no, I would not agree that United States is my home. And I don't think you think that either. Do you think that homeless individuals should be able to set up encampments literally wherever they want, on your front lawn, on public parks, on the side of the road, or in elementary school walkways? No.
I mean, that's what
the Republicans think that we should just shove all of the homeless people.
That's what you wanted in D.C., correct?
Well,
that's what you guys wanted in D.C., correct?
No.
It is, though. It is. That's totally what you guys wanted. You guys wanted homeless.
Is that what you want?
No, that's what you want. See,
okay, so you don't want it. So wait. So I just want to clarify that you don't think that homeless individuals should have the right to set up encampments wherever they want to. Okay, then that you don't think that the United States of America is the home of homeless people, even if they're citizens.
Dude, you're so fucking
So then you don't think
stupid,
that this
dude.
country is analogous to your home. You just fucking played yourself. And you could call me stupid all you want. You lost the debate because you were trying to argue that the United States of America is the home of citizens. But now all of a sudden, when we're able to apply this analogy to homeless people, in your home, you could sleep on the couch, the floor, the ceiling, the sofa, the bed. Okay, well, if America's our home, then homeless citizens should be able to sleep on the walkways, the bridges, the roads, or the lawns.
They do.
And you don't think they should have the right to do that. Therefore, you don't think that this country is equivalent to the home,
What they
quote,
do,
unquote,
though,
of the
correct?
citizens.
They do, though, correct?
What they do or don't do isn't relevant. What is relevant is what you think they should do or what they shouldn't do. Because if it was true
What
that you
is
thought this country
relevant
was
is
the
what they
home
do.
of all homeless citizens, okay, well then you'd argue that they should be able to sleep wherever they want.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it, dude. It doesn't affect my paycheck, right?
So you just walk back the prior suggestion that they shouldn't be able to set up encampments wherever they want, just to attempt to hold your point consistent. You're a clown.
No, you're the fucking clown.
Oh yeah, really angry.
And this is the fucking circus.
Paris, thank you so much for the galaxy.
Hey, Dean, you're the clown, and this is the fucking circus right here on your fucking TikTok live stream.
So true, Lincoln, so true.
Yeah, you fucking put on a circus, dude, every day for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. I love how you know exactly how long I'm.
And everybody in here that fucking donates to you is paying for a fucking circus ticket.
I guess so. Does that pain you that people donate to me?
No, absolutely not. I mean,
Then
get it
why
how
did
you
you mention
can,
it?
dude. I don't give a fuck.
I think if you didn't give a fuck, then it wouldn't be on your mind.
I'm a master electrician. I make my own bread.
I don't know. If you were a master electrician, I doubt you know exactly how long I'm live every day, indicating that you probably watch all day. You seem pretty unemployed. Paris, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for buying a circus ticket.
Everybody get your circus tickets. Put it in the fucking Venmo descriptions. Let me get Dean paid
Emily,
real
thank you for
quick.
the $5 over on Venmo for the circus ticket. I appreciate you so much for that love, Emily. So you still haven't answered the question about why you support Trump, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Marie,
I
thank you
support
for the
Donald
galaxy.
Trump.
Here's your circus ticket. Thank you so much, Marie.
You just keep interrupting, dude. You don't actually want debates.
People for buying I'm thanking them for buying a circus ticket.
You're more like a fucking comedian.
DB, thank you for the galaxy for the circus ticket. And then Ellen, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal for the circus ticket as well. Thank you so much, Ellen. If you want to buy a circus ticket, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, and right there, Dean Withers, without the E in Withers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for buying all the circus tickets. Aria, thank you so much for the $20 for this circus ticket over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, Aria. Huge shout out to you. Let's see here as well as Alora. Thank you for the $25 for the circus. But why is he so angry? Because he's mad. He's pissed that he's losing. Thank you for the $25 for the circus ticket, Laura. Amanda, thank you for the $10 for the general entry for the circus. Kyle with the $10 for ringleader Dean. Here's your circus ticket. Thank you so much for that love. Anna, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal to buy a circus ticket. Carry on. Kai, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, I'm buying tickets to the circus so that I could watch Ringmaster Dean make the animals do mental tricks to justify Trump. Thank you so much for the $20, Kai. That was good as hell. I really appreciate you. Same thing to Catherine with the $5 for the circus ticket. Alexandria, thank you for the $20. Who says, I appreciate you debating these MAGA cult followers. Here's $20 for my circus ticket. Thank you so much for the love, Alexandria. Anna, thank you for the $5 for the circus ticket. And then Brooke with the $5 for the circus ticket. Same thing to Emily and Kirsten with a $1 for the circus ticket. And then Grace with a $10 for the circus ticket. Joseph with DB with a $10 for the circus ticket. You are allowed it. Thank you so much for the love.
See,
wow,
this
guys,
is
we're
why I
selling
believe-
so many circus
See, and
tickets.
this is
Oh,
why-
Anna, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, buying my circus ticket. Does he know that
Exactly.
he is
This
the
fucking
animal?
dude, man.
Thank you so much for the love, Amanda. Oh, Amanda on Venmo as well. Another Amanda saying, here's $10 for general admission. Nick, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. He says, admission fee to the circus. Here's your ticket, sir. Welcome into the circus, Nick. And then Nicole with the $15. She says, one circus ticket, please. Emma with the $10. She says, little does he know he's the clown of the show. So real, Emma. Thank you for the $10. And Blue Girl, thank you for the Galaxy. Layla with the $3 for the circus ticket. Big Red with the $5, and I'm loving the circus. Ben with the $5 as well for the ticket. Go ahead.
Are you done?
No, T, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo for the circus ticket. Now I'm done. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Okay. Is there anything Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
Yeah, I think there's absolutely. I think there's something he could do to make me stop supporting him.
If he threatened to genocide 90 million people, would you stop supporting him?
If it was a foreign country who has given us long-term problems, absolutely not.
Okay. So, do you think that Trump is pro-life?
I think we're getting off topic here.
Can I get a yes or a no?
Yeah, Trump is definitely pro-life.
Okay, do pro-life people threaten to genocide 90 million people, including millions of newborn children?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Dean. Trump is one president of many who is willing to go above and beyond for the American citizens, and that's what makes him stand out.
How are American citizens benefited by his threat of genocide against 90 million people?
How are they? The same way the American people would be.
Dang, this is a hard question for you to answer, huh?
No, absolutely not. The same way it would benefit us if he went after the cartel. Correct? Or
Okay,
incorrect?
which is? I'm just waiting for you to specify and to quantify the benefit that we receive.
Putting the American
people
people first, taking them under his wing, dude.
I know, but like, what is he protecting us
That's a
against?
good president to do. Do you disagree?
What is he protecting us against with his wing? And how is he putting us first when he threatens to genocide 90 million people?
Dean, let's just be honest, dude. You
Can you
fucking
just
hate
answer the
Donald
question?
Trump. You
Like,
know,
Lincoln,
listen,
Lincoln, can you answer the question or not, bro? This is embarrassing. What is he protecting us from? How's he putting us first when he threatens to genocide 90 million people? What is the quantifiable benefit there, pal?
You're lost, Dean.
It says the dude that can't answer the question. Holy shit. What a clown. What a projection. Holy cow.
Maybe you need to hit your vape. Hey, let's take a second. Can you?
Okay,
hit your
I don't
vape
think,
real quick?
no, Lincoln, trust me. I don't need to hit the vape. I don't need to take a second. Quantify the benefit that we receive when Donald Trump threatens to genocide 90 million people. Because you said he did that because it helps us. How does it help us? You said, well, it's because he's putting the American people first, putting us under his wing. Okay, well, that metaphor of putting something under your wing means to protect against an enemy. Okay, and putting the people first means to benefit the people. Okay, so what was he protecting us against? What was the quantifiable benefit that we received by his threat of genocide against 90 million people? I just want you to give a very clear answer to this question. Now,
Yeah,
I don't think you
absolutely.
can
Ready?
clearly answer this question, and that's why now you're like pivoting to the, oh, just be honest, you hate Trump. Oh, Dean, just take it to the vape. Oh, Dean, here's one of the questions that I have for you to answer completely unrelated to the question you
Dude,
asked
if
me.
you shut the
so just
fuck up, we can debate.
just you know, quantify the answer to the question. What was the material benefit in which the American people received by Donald Trump's threat against 90 million people?
Dean, you were homeschooled, weren't you?
No.
No, absolutely you were. Just admit it. You were definitely fucking homeschooled.
Okay. Can you answer the question?
Were you homeschooled?
No.
Okay.
Can you answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. What was the latest topic on the U.S. and Israel war? What was what's the latest on that?
The latest is that Iran stopped their blockade of the Strait.
And it's open now, correct?
Correct. That's what the headline
Dean.
says.
Correct, Dean. Correct.
That's what the headline says. I mean, it's not necessarily all the way open because of U.S. blockade, but go ahead.
Correct.
Hmm.
or incorrect? Answer the question.
We'll say it's correct, even though that's not really true.
Okay.
We'll say it's
correct. Dude, you're so fucking hard-headed.
I mean, just want to clarify, the reason why it's not as, like, easy as correct or incorrect is because of the U.S. blockade. I don't know, like, what ships the U.S. blockade preventing.
And Iran agreed to never use it as a weapon against the United States again.
One moment. What kind of outcome that will have on, the rest of the world, including America.
Correct. And Donald Trump helped not only the United States, he also helped many other countries, Dean. You're so fucking hard-headed, and your brain is so... Donald Trump lives rent-free in your head, dude. Just be honest.
So the last claim that you made was wrong, because Donald Trump is a reason why the Strait of Hormuz was shut down in the first place. The reason why the threat of genocide didn't give the American people the material benefit of the Strait of Hormuz reopening is because this is an example of Iran winning. Because Iran leveraged the fact that they controlled the Strait of Hormuz as geopolitical influence over the United States of America and allies to back the fuck off and to achieve a peace agreement. They specifically leveraged the Strait intending to reopen it upon demands being met by Donald Trump and upon concessions being made by the U.S. and Israel. Of course they're going to reopen it when they get what they want. Like, very clearly here, this is Iran winning because the Strait was open prior to Donald Trump starting the war.
It's not Iran winning, dude. You're so fucking hard-headed. How is Iran winning?
Yes, because they were successfully able to successfully leverage. I'm trying to tell you. I'm literally trying to tell you right now, but you're not going to let me.
No matter who's in office.
The reason why this is clearly Iran winning, which, by the way, I'm not saying that the IRGC is good. Fuck the IRGC.
And it's open, and they agreed to never... Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dean. And they agreed to never use it as a weapon against the United States again, or any other foreign country. So Donald Trump not only did the United States a favor, he did many other countries a favor.
Okay. By the way, so what's the evidence that Iran agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again?
Fucking Donald Trump tweeted it himself, dumbass.
Oh, okay. So if Trump says something, then it's true?
I mean... 99%, yeah, dude. I mean...
Wow. Wait. So now Donald Trump's word of mouth is a standard of evidence. So because E. Jean Carroll said that Trump raped her, it's true?
I mean, that comes in different forms, but
well, wow. So now, okay, so it's believe what people say unless it's a woman accusing a man of rape. All right, buddy. But anyways, to get back to the claim, insofar as why this is clearly an example of Iran winning, okay, even though I hate the IRGC, clearly I think they're winning, because they leveraged closing the Strait of Hormuz as geopolitical influence over the U.S. and allies to do what they wanted. They were absolutely willing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, given that they got what they wanted from the U.S.
Be honest, if you were able
because
to get
the U.S. started this war on February 28th, claiming they wanted regime change to overthrow the IRGC and kill them all. Now, what do we see less than a month and a half later? Donald Trump is now claiming that all objectives have been met when zero objectives have been met, and claiming that we have achieved regime change when in all reality we haven't. The IRGC is still in power, contrary to the original desire of the Trump administration, and now the Trump administration is going to give them $30 billion. So no, the Strait of Hormuz being reopened by Iran is not a win for Donald Trump or a win for the American people. It just simply puts us right back to the place that we were in before Donald Trump's war in Iran, but with additional sanctions lifted on Iran, giving them access to an additional $30 billion. Okay? And keep in mind that this is all downstream of Donald Trump pulling us outside of the JCPOA in 2019. And I think that fact alone is why nobody should support Trump. He pulled us outside of the JCPOA, the agreement that prevented them from building nuclear weapons. They then started to further enrich their uranium because that was essentially Donald Trump giving them the green light to. And then he claims that they're an imminent nuclear threat, starts a war with them, kills 160 of their schoolgirls, takes out 2,200 of their civilians, threatens to send their civilians back to the Stone Ages and a threat of genocide as well, just for Iran to then reopen the strait as it was before the war with additional sanctions lifted maybe the vague promise of no further uranium enrichment. If Donald Trump never pulled us outside of the JCPOA in his first term, none of this would have ever been an issue. We should have left it to the Democrats.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Fuck, man. You got an inhaler?
Yep.
Do you really have an inhaler? Because you go on these really long speeches, and like I feel like you're like an inhaler.
I think you need an inhaler. Tank. How hard you're running? Cardiovascular system is in duress.
Yeah, you need fucking oxygen tank there, bud.
What? If you're gonna insult me, it makes sense.
Like, you need an oxygen tank.
What are we doing? What are we doing,
You
Lincoln?
just fucking ramble and ramble and ramble and ramble. Turn that fucker off.
Because you have like a low level of intelligence, I need to explain it very simply. Donald Trump getting Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is not a win for us, it's a win for Iran, because they shut down the strait to reopen it, given that they got what they want, and they did. Lifted sanctions. Not to mention that we wouldn't be in this position at all if Donald Trump did not pull us out of the JCPOA in his first term. We should have left it to the Obamas, we should have left it to the Democrats, and we shouldn't have left it to some mentally deranged rapist, okay, with not a thought in between his eyes about legitimate foreign policy means.
Iran got scared when Trump put his fucking foot in their ass and opened it up, and now they also agreed to never use it as a weapon against the United States or
you lost
any
in that
other
argument too, because your only evidence is Donald Trump's word of mouth. But you don't trust word of mouth. This is why you don't believe Eugene Carroll. This is why you don't believe the people in the Epstein files that made claims against Donald Trump. You called it all quote unquote hearsay. All right. Well, why isn't this hearsay? Why is it not hearsay when Donald Trump says that they claimed and vowed to never reopen, to never shut down the strait again? Why is it not hearsay? Tell me.
What are you talking about, Dean?
Earlier, when you said that nobody's going to go to jail over the Epstein files, including the credible accusation made against Trump, because you think it's all hearsay. So then why is it not hearsay when Donald Trump says that Iran has vowed to never use a strait, to never shut down the strait against the U.S. again?
Because it's already been proven.
Okay, what's the evidence?
Would you like me to give you the article?
I'd like you to give me the evidence that Donald Trump is telling the truth. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I can give you the article right now.
Okay, yeah. Give me the article that has the evidence in it. I have a really good feeling that this article is just going to be referencing what Donald Trump said, not the corroborating evidence for it. The reason why I say that is because Iran hasn't confirmed it.
Oh, okay. So the evidence you're looking for is when gas prices go down within the next couple weeks.
Gas prices going down in the next couple weeks is not evidence that Iran has vowed to never shut down the Strait of Hormuz again. What?
Well, that would prove that it's open again, correct?
Proving that this strait is open again is not proving that Iran has vowed to never shut it down again. What are we doing? Lost Lincoln. Lost Lincoln. You should change your name to Lost Lincoln.
You should change your name to Circus Commission.
Good one, buddy.
No, really, you really should.
that was a good one, Lincoln. You should change your name to Circus fucking Cornball. Holy shit, dude. My God, what a blunder.
I'm getting ready to give you this article. Hold on a second.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, actually, while you're looking for that article, Aria, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Aria. That is ARIA. Please show some love to Aria down below in that chat. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Aria with the 50 says, hey, MAGA Stooge, you stood up here and yapped about nothing this whole time. Dean has been patient with you and gave straight facts. Keep coping. Oh, he's coping hard, Aria. Thank you for the $50. That'll get you VIP admission into the circus. Thank you so much, Aria. On Venmo, Tyler with the $5. I appreciate you so much. You get into the circus. Tyler with another $15 who says, you see Steve Bannon peed his pants? I did see that, Tyler. At least that's what it looked like. Thank you for the $15. Taylor with the $10 says, love and appreciate you. Thank you, Taylor. Show some love to Taylor down below. And then Briar, thank you so much for the $75 donation on Venmo. That is BRIAR. Oh my God. Thank you. Briar with a $75 says, for my circus ticket, much love from a circus performer Bro, that is like a backstage pass right there. Thank you so very much for the incredibly kind $75 donation. That is like legitimately so much money, and I'm so very grateful and thankful for you. Please, for everybody watching, show some love to Briar down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is insane. Lori, thank you for the $5 for the circus. Sarah with the $5 for the circus. And then Brianna, thank you for the $20. She says, quite frankly, here's my circus ticket, buddy. Thank you for the circus ticket, buddy. Thank you so much, Brianna. You're admitted. You are admitted. Thank you so much for the love. Then Kristen, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Kate with the $5 for a circus ticket. And then 10. Once again, thank you for the 5. We're all caught up on Venmo, on PayPal. Thank you so much, JJ, for the $10 with the circus ticket. Then Crafting with the $10. She says, ringmaster and professional dog walker. How do you find the time? I know we're doing it all at once. So then Soprano, thank you for the Galaxy Globe on TikTok. Thank you so much, man. And then Kenneth, thank you so much for the $42 donation on PayPal. Bro, that's crazy. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Kenneth with the $42 says circus tickets, t-shirt, and peanuts, please. The animals seem really angry tonight. Might need to, I'm not going to read that. Thank you for the love, Kenneth.
Mind you, these are the same.
For the $42 donation. And then Catherine, thank you for the $5 for the front row tickets. Thank you so much for the love, Catherine. Then Alexandria, thank you so much for the $20. Who says
these are the same people complaining that you know, times are hard, and you know, Trump being in office, times are hard, that are you know, sending their hard-earned money to such a fucking soy boy on TikTok. But yeah, times are hard and Trump's terrible.
So
you know,
right now,
but yeah, let's just fucking
right now in total,
give donations to fucking Dean.
Right now in total we have 16.5 thousand live viewers. We've had a lot of incredibly kind individuals send donations in. Yet the overall percentage of the live viewers
the same fucking libtards
is much below is much below like 0.5% of the viewer base. So in other words, like the pool of individuals in which supports me, and I'm very grateful for it, is not representative of the average viewer of this stream.
Your platform is so small. The percentage of people that you think you're getting through is so small. You make absolutely no difference, Dean.
Sorry, Lincoln. Okay, I understand that you want to go.
You make no difference.
Okay, yeah. Name a Gen Z political commentator that's bigger than me. I'll wait.
To be honest, I don't really give a fuck.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm being honest.
I know. Lincoln.
That you make absolutely no difference.
Yeah, I know, no difference. No difference.
Yeah, I mean, truly, you don't.
Yeah, no difference.
You make no impact.
So
the Republican Party is going to win again,
Yeah.
and again, 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 and again.
Is that why they're already losing special elections?
And they're going to keep fucking
again,
winning.
And again, and again, and again, and again,
and they're going to keep fucking winning. And guess what?
Is that what the special elections are saying? Yes or no? Hey, Lincoln.
Listen, Donald Trump.
Is that what the special elections are saying? Yes or no?
Without Donald Trump, you don't have a job.
Why can't he answer the question?
Without.
We need to let him calm down. Unfortunately, folks, this is what we have to do with the babies. Listen, if you're a parent watching, then you know sometimes you just kind of have to like put your kid in timeout in the corner. Unfortunately, that's what we need to do with Lincoln. By the way, he's crashing out because he didn't find any evidence to support Donald Trump's claim that Iran vowed to never reopen the strait. Sorry, never reclose the strait. So then he came back and he started to get really
Trump,
mad. But we just need to put him in his timeout. I wish that I could play like lullaby baby music without getting a copyright strike on YT, or else I would. Because maybe it would genuinely
You're just gonna
calm down.
You're just gonna keep muting
until you calm down. Yeah.
Are you done?
Oh, well, you're calm, and I am done. Perfect. So you said that the Republicans are going to continue to win again and again and again. Is that what the special elections have been telling us? No, it's not.
Yeah, without Trump.
In fact, we've been seeing Democrats winning in historically red districts, like the mayoral race in Miami. Democrat hasn't won
without Trump, you have no job
this time.
Without Trump, you have no job.
Okay, well, that's not true. I had a job before I started running political debate streams specifically about Trump. Now, would you like to respond to my
point about how the special elections are hitting your vape, petting your cat?
Actually, I was actually still doing streams. I was, so you're wrong. But can you please tell me why Democrats are just absolutely killing it in special elections across the country, even in historically red districts, if the Republicans are winning?
You want to talk about midterms?
I said special elections, things that have already happened, so you can't refute.
Do you want to talk about midterms?
Midterms are not really like special elections.
Exactly.
I'm talking about
Dude,
the special
shut
elections.
the fuck up.
I'm down to talk
so
about midterms as well.
stupid.
I'm down to talk about midterms, but my point wasn't about midterms. It was about the special elections. And I'd appreciate it if you could respond to my point about the special elections before you respond to my point about the midterms. So can you please respond to the point that Democrats are winning in special elections across the country, including the mayoral race in Miami that Democrats haven't won in 30 years? And why would Democrats be winning in these deep red areas?
Special elections, Dean.
Why would Democrats be winning in these deep red areas if the Republicans are winning?
Hey, let me ask you a question. What are you going to do when Trump wins
Why
again
are Democrats
for the third
winning
time?
in these deep red areas if Republicans are on top?
What are you going to do when Trump
Why can't he
wins
answer the
again
question?
for the-
Dude, answer the fucking question. Why are Democrats killing it in special elections in deep red areas if the Republicans are going to win again and again and again? You can't answer the question. Just admit that you can't answer the question. Continuing to evade, dodge, and pivot away from the question does not make you look good, little bro. It makes you look like the fucking embarrassment that you are, and like the embarrassment that your parents know you are. That's why they've relegated you to the basement, and that's why in order to keep yourself entertained, you have to embarrass yourself in front of a live stream in front of 20,000 people.
Trump
Okay,
is
like,
your job
come on.
security.
Now, answer the question. Please tell me why, if it is true, Republicans are going to win again and again and again and again, that
Trump is
Democrats
your
are
job
killing
security.
it in very deep red districts across the country, including the mayoral race in Miami, Florida, that Democrats haven't won in 30 years. Answer the question.
Trump is your job security. Do you
Okay,
agree
so you
or
can't
disagree?
answer the question? So you can't answer the question, right, Lincoln?
Agree or disagree?
Why aren't you
Trump
answering
is
the
your
question?
job security.
Agree or disagree? You're pivoting. This is so embarrassing for you.
Answer my question. I'll
No,
answer
I
your
asked mine
question.
first.
And I asked mine second. I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't give a fuck about answering the question because you know that it proves you wrong. I get it, Lincoln. I've been there too. It's
You gonna answer the question?
No, not until
Are you
you
gonna
answer
answer the
mine.
question?
Not until you answer mine.
Maybe you need to hit your vape. Hit your vape real quick.
I
Let me
think
ask you a
that you're
question again.
projecting because you're the one that can't answer the question.
Pet your cat. Hit your vape.
Well, after you answer the
Accept
question,
some donations to the fucking circus.
you want me to do like a bunch of things before you answer the question because you can't answer the question because you've been caught killing it in special
And
elections
guess
across the
what?
country
You're
in
gonna
historically
keep
red districts.
fucking streaming on TikTok for the
Then,
next
bro,
30 years.
Then answer the question. Then why are Democrats killing it
Bitching
in elections
and
across the
complaining.
country in very red areas? Why can't you answer that question?
Where's your evidence? Where's
Sure,
the
yeah, the
proof?
mayoral race in Miami, Florida. Democrats won that. Democrats haven't won that in 30 years. A House seat in the 7th District of Georgia. A Democrat won that. A Democrat hasn't won that in 45 years. Okay, you also have a House seat in Tennessee. You have James Tallarico in Texas, who had over four as many times people show up to vote for him in the primaries compared to any
Midterms.
Republican candidate. So why are Democrats winning in all of these historically
Midterms.
very red districts? Okay, if the Republicans are going to sweep the nation.
One word. You ready? Midterms.
That's not an answer to the question.
No, it is an answer. Midterms.
How so?
Yeah, midterms. Absolutely.
How does that answer my question?
You're so fucking hard-headed, Dean.
Then just explain to me how that answers my question, Lincoln.
Yeah, because you're giving false feedback.
Oh wait, what did I say that was false?
Why are the people in the chat fucking sending me DMs? Is what I want to know.
Oh my God, Lincoln, what did I say that was false?
Everything you just said was false.
Okay,
but
prove
what
it.
wasn't false
Prove
was
it.
that
Okay.
Republicans
Prove
are
to me
gonna
that it's
continue to
false
win and win
that a
and
Democrat
win
did not
and
win the
win and
mayoral
win.
race in Miami. Prove to me that was false.
What are you gonna do when Trump's the president?
Why?
in
Prove to me
2028?
that was false.
I don't have a second device. Karen.
Oh, yeah, you don't have a second device. I know. Oh, wait. What happens when we go on Google and then we type in mayoral race Miami, Florida? Oh, wait, actually, what we see here from PBS, Democrats win Miami mayoral race for the first time in 30 years. That's crazy. So it is absolutely correct. And not everything that I said was false. And you're a liar because you're mad.
I'm not mad at all.
Okay, well, I just proved you wrong, right? Can you concede to the fact that I just proved you wrong?
You did not prove me wrong.
Okay, well, then what did I just show on screen? I thought that was evidence that you were wrong because it was an article about the fact that a Democrat had won the mayoral race in Miami for the first time in 30 years.
That's not evidence. That's hearsay.
It's not evidence. It's hearsay.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, how so? Bro, at what point does it become bullying, chat? At what point does it become bullying? I feel like I'm bullying this guy. I feel like it's like almost like it's wrong for me to continue to keep at it. I'm doing something wrong.
Just keep streaming on TikTok, Dean, and just keep allowing Trump to live rent free in your head, because he's going to be your president for many, 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 many more years.
I'd like to clarify, it's not rent free. Remember when everybody was buying their circus
No,
tickets?
it is rent free, 100%. You wake up and
do
think
we
about
not
Donald
remember
Trump.
when everybody was buying
You
their
go to
circus
bed and
tickets?
think about Donald Trump.
Yo, King, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat for the rent to pay for Trump's headspace. Thank you so much for the love, King. Look at it, it's not rent free.
Also, that was a fake donation.
Really? You could go see it publicly on my YouTube stream right now. It's a super chat.
Kenzie, thank you so much, Kenzie, for the $30.
It's a super chat. Dude, all right. Yeah, honestly, that became bullying. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Dude, I don't know. That was unfair. That was unfair, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. By the way, apparently that guy's been sending Santana some pretty mean DMs. And Santana sent me that text, and that's why I had him up to absolutely grill him. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue. You guys, only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We are just looking for some debates with Trump supporters. If you are not a Trump supporter and I bring you onto the live, I'm letting you know right now that will result in a kick and a ban with no exceptions. I don't really want to have to feel like a bad guy for like kicking you guys. So I'm just like letting you know in advance. So you at least know what to expect. We're going to go ahead and try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got a couple people loading in as we speak. User, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I am 26.
Okay, can you please disconnect any and all Bluetooth devices from your phone?
Oh, can you not hear me?
I can hear you fine. I just think I'd be able to hear you a little better. But if you can't disconnect the devices, then we're good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to use this.
No, you're
headphone.
good. You're good. It's definitely clear enough for us all to hear you. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, then I'll happily pass that mic off to you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the circus ticket. Candace, thank you for the $2. Then Darian, thank you for the $10, who says, I love watching you on my drive back from teaching 11 hours a day. That last caller made me quite frankly get a Venmo so I could get a circus ticket and pay for the espressos. Darian, you're awesome. Thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 Darian W's in that chat. Thank you so much, man. Same thing to you, Tyler. Thank you for the $10, and I did see that. It is so disgusting. And then Tracy, thank you for the $25, who says, my circus ticket. I do not understand how these cultists think Trump is helping America. I know, right? It's fucking insane. It's insane, Tracy. Thank you for the $25. Same thing to Doria. That is Dorea. Thank you for the $20 for the circus commissioner, because you have to deal with clowns like Lincoln all day. So real. I guess you could call me a circus commissioner. Thank you for that love, Doria. On PayPal, thank you for the $10, Marin, who says, hey, Dean, I've been watching you for a long time now, mostly when I was pregnant. My son just turned a year old on Sunday. Wow. I wanted to say, watching you gave me the knowledge to change my fiance's mindset and to turn him away from Trump. I love that. What a good story, Marin. Thank you for sharing that with me. And you've been watching for a while. And happy late birthday to your son. And then Kai, thank you so much for the $10. Allison, thank you for the $5. Fausto, thank you for the $5. Catherine, thank you for the $5. And then Ava with the $10 for the circus ticket. Thank you, Ava. And then Mandy with the $20 who says, for my circus ticket to watch this ridiculous mental gymnastics. I know it truly is a circus in here. That was a really good analogy that guy made. Thank you for the $20, Mandy. Show some love to Mandy in that chat. Then same thing to Kay. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chats. And then one last one, then we'll pass Eskis the mic. Thank you so much, Sandra, for the 50 euros. Sandra, thank you. Thank you so very much for the love, Sandra. It is so good to see you today. I really appreciate you for supporting me and what we do here. Sandra with the 50 euros says, Dean's the reason we in Europe still have hope we are going to be able to trust the U.S. again in the future. I hope there comes a day when we'll be able to treat our transatlantic partners with respect. I really do, Sandra. Thank you for the $50. Thank you. As well as Jamie, thank you for the galaxies. User, I appreciate you for your patience. Take it away. Tell us
Of course. Yeah, I support him because some of the policies I believe are beneficial for the U.S. Hope I don't get kicked for this, but I just think, I don't know, I would like it's gonna sound like I support fucking ICE and bullshit, but I do like our borders a little more protected.
Okay, so what policies you implemented to better protect our borders?
You know what? I already can't answer that. I wouldn't say I know off the top of my head.
But then how do you know he's implementing policies to better protect our borders?
Because I know some things that I've seen online. I mean, I didn't check if they were true or false, but I believe them to be beneficial.
Okay, well, the question is, what reason or evidence do you have to prove that Donald Trump has strengthened the security of our southern borders?
Ooh. I mean, that wall was a bit of a fail. That wasn't even, fully built. So that's a no-go.
So the wall?
It definitely was not the wall.
Then what is it?
God, I don't love ICE either, so I wouldn't say it's that. I'm going to say I have no argument against that one. If we can just choose any other thing.
Well, once again, the mic and the floor are yours to give me an argument.
Yeah, I know.
If after some, base level investigation, you're walking back that claim, that's fine. I guess let's try again. Okay, why do you support Trump?
Ooh. Very, very surface level. I enjoyed him as I felt like he was less of a politician and more of a, dare I say, people person. He's more of a regular guy. To me,
more of a regular guy. Billionaires are not.
I mean,
regular
rich
guys.
as fuck. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that. Rich as can believe, but
okay. So billionaires are not regular people. They're not.
Definitely not. Definitely
they know
not.
nothing about regular
But
people. I mean, there's a clip of Donald Trump from 2 days ago where somebody asks him a question and he uses the word corner store in his question. He didn't even know what a corner store was. And he said he didn't know what a corner store was. Trump is not a regular guy. He's never been a regular guy.
Oof. That's rough. Yeah, I'm obviously losing pretty bad here.
I feel like you'd be benefited by watching the live stream compared to being on it. Because it seems like you definitely believe that Trump is a good president, but you're also open-minded, and it seems like you know that you may not have a lot of reason.
I mean, he's a hard person to fucking back up. I'm not gonna
stop
lie.
backing him
Sorry
up.
to curse on
you don't have to support him. You know that, right?
Of course. Everyone has a one
opinion. Really good reason why you shouldn't support him is because he's crazy. He depicted himself as God, admitted to sexually exploiting women.
Ooh,
threatened to genocide 90 million people at a court determining he raped a woman. He's insane. He's a lunatic.
What do you think of that picture he posted, the AI one? Because I saw a lot of other supporters did not like that, called him a blasphemer for that. That was quite intriguing.
Yeah, it was insane. So, how can you support him? And despite of all these facts, Also considering the fact that you can't really give any good reason why he's good at his job.
Honestly, now I'm a little afraid of how the other countries see us, and I would like someone. He's pretty aggressive, so I'd like to see someone like protect us.
It seems like you could only give reasons why you shouldn't support him, but you can't give reasons why you should support him. So why do you consider yourself a Trump supporter?
He's a very hard guy to support, but like I don't know. I think we're too in it now. I'm too in it now.
You're not too in it, bro. You're not. You could change your mind right now.
Of course, but like, I truly believe like, I don't think other countries think the best of us, and I'm a little afraid of
because of
retaliation.
Him. Because of him.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, he just doesn't like
Well, listen, I appreciate you for joining. I'm going to kick you now. You could always leave MAGA. Please keep that in mind. It honestly just sounds like you're experiencing a very high level of cognitive dissonance, but you know it. And I don't think that I think that just watching this stream is going to be much more beneficial for you compared to being on it. Okay. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right. Hello. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Fuck yeah, dude.
How old are you?
26.
Okay, why do you want a rapist to be the most powerful man alive?
There's no proof against that at all.
I mean, that was what a court determined, my friend.
Where's the actual charges? Where they get them?
Sure, here's the jury verdict form from the court.
There's the he said, she said shit.
In the South District of New York, where they held him civilly liable for sexual abuse. By the way, the reason why they say no to rape is because of their strict and narrow legal definition of rape, not because it wasn't rape.
All right. Still, why is he not in jail? Why not?
Because the civil courts don't send people to jail. They just hold people financially liable, which means he just has to give her $87 million instead.
Well, if you actually look at it, there's no proof. It's literally she said this, he said this. There's
okay,
no
have you
actual
researched
proof
the court
against
case?
it. Yeah.
Okay, what was her name?
What was her exact name? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's multiple. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but.
Well, I thought you said that you've researched the court case. You should at least.
I've researched a bunch of them. There's a couple against them.
So no, there's actually been one successful court that has determined he's a rapist. So you're already wrong. So I don't believe that you've researched this court case at all. Why did you lie about claiming to have researched this court case?
All right, buddy. You like just playing word games. That's all it is.
Well, I don't know. I don't get the word game.
All you do is play word games. That's all it is.
Can you show me the word game?
If you want to get some real facts and want to get into the war and bullshit, we can get into that. But if you want to go into the he said, she said bullshit.
How do you know it's he said, she said?
Look at the court cases and everything. There's no actual proof.
You haven't looked at the court case. You don't even know her name.
Okay, if you really want to get into some real shit and want to get into wars and politics, we can get it. If you want to just say he's a criminal, okay, whatever, bud. Is he in jail? No. All right, buddy. Let's go.
Do you think that all criminals are in jail?
I think that I support ICE. Let's go.
That's not an answer to my question. Do you think that all criminals are in jail? No, I'm not asking a stupid question.
Stupid questions, dude.
How so? Why is that a stupid question?
Because you like just twisting words and putting it towards your narrative. It's not like actual proof. It's, do you know about these? Okay, let's get in the actual topic. Let's get in the war. Let's go into borders. Let's get in let's not get into court cases. All right, bud?
So why is discussing the fact that Trump is a rapist not a quote-unquote actual topic?
Brother, is that all you want to talk about? Let's go into some other shit then. Come on.
Why?
Why do you not want to?
I'm definitely down to. We kind of talk about a lot of things, but you're the one that's trying to move away from this topic. Maybe if you could just help me understand why you want to move away from this topic, I'd be more willing to.
If I could do a lot more research in that specific case, then yeah, I'll argue on it. But let's talk about some other shit.
So you're admitting that you haven't done any research on the case. So then don't claim it was he said, she said. That's all I'm saying.
Off the top of my head, do I know every single fact? Then tell me. Off the top of my head, do I know every single fact?
Then tell me one fact about this court case. Then tell me one fact about this court case. Tell me one singular fact.
Brother.
Where did she claim that she was raped? What year did she claim that she was raped? What was one piece of evidence that she had to substantiate the claim that she was raped? How many jurors ruled as guilt? Okay, what was one piece of counter-argumentation supplied by Donald Trump during deposition? Okay, like just name one singular fact about the Trump E. Jean Carroll rape case. One fact.
Dude, you really just want to get in the single pocket. All right, man.
If somebody claimed to have,
listen, I haven't done a crazy amount of research in that. I'll tell you that right now.
If somebody claimed to have read a book, okay, and then you ask them to name one thing about the book, and they can't, do you think that they were lying when they said that they read that book? I would conclude that they're lying. Clearly, if you've read a book, you should be able to name one thing about it, okay? Like the name of a character, like a plot point of the story, okay? But if you can't even name the name of one character or one plot point from the story, then you were probably lying when you claim to have read the book. Very similarly, I think that you're probably lying when you claim to have researched the Trump rape case, and this is why you know for certain there's no evidence for it, when you can't say her name, where she claimed it happened, what year she claimed it happened, one piece of evidence, okay, something from Donald Trump's deposition in the court case, how many jurors ruled as guilt, so on and so forth. I think you're a liar.
All right, dude. I mean, if you really want to get into that, I mean, like I said, I don't know a crazy amount of the court cases. It's not really my argument. We can talk about some other things. Yeah, okay. If you want to get on, if you want to get on that, I will admit I don't know enough about the court case. Okay, I've done a little research, but I don't know every fact on the top of my head, bud. Like,
sure. So then, what do you want to talk about?
Okay, so then we can talk about something else if you want. But yeah, I'll agree. I don't know enough about that court case. I will agree on that. Okay, that's cool.
Question.
Good for you. But I can admit when I don't know enough on it, and that's fine.
So if
that's
you did
okay,
know
but
enough,
I'm being honest.
you did know
just
enough-
like twisting words. Hey, can you stop yapping? All right, thank you. Let's go. I will admit when I'm wrong, dude. Like that's fine, and I'm not saying I'm wrong. I just don't know enough to research keep all the pins and every article on me at hand, bud. But if we can talk about other things, let's go for it. But I don't think you want to.
If you did know enough to reasonably conclude with certain evidence that Donald Trump had either raped or sexually exploited
This is all you want
somebody,
to talk about. It's cool.
would you stop supporting him as president?
If it was substantial evidence and I saw, yeah, of course. I don't support a rapist.
Same thing with sexual exploitation?
Anything, if you're taking advantage of women, period, yes, I get that.
And you'd stop supporting him as
personally,
president?
I don't think there's enough proof, but I can't go into every detail with you because I'm not a fucking robot. I'm not AI and just pulling my fuck. I could research it and look it up on the internet, but I'm going to go off the top of my head, bud.
You're good, bro. I just want to ensure that you would stop supporting Trump as president.
Of course.
Of course?
If it was absolute evidence, yes.
Okay, give me one.
God, I don't love
detail with you because I'm not a fucking robot. I'm not AI and just pulling my fuck. I could research it and look it up on the internet, but I'm gonna go off the top of my head, bud.
You're good, bro. I just want to ensure. Okay, sorry, I just had to pause the VOD where you said you'd stop supporting Trump as president if you had known with certainty that he sexually exploited somebody. That will come in handy later. Can we accept that the definition of sexual exploitation would be to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. I just hear you yapping. What do you say?
Can we agree that the definition of sexual exploitation would be to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Obviously.
Would an example of a person unjustly taking advantage of somebody else sexually be the male owner of a business with a woman's restroom inside of that business, barging into the woman's restroom because they're the owner, to then unconsensually peek their head over the stall to look at the naked bodies of the women using that restroom?
If they're just peeking on him, but if you're talking about he's like checking on like some fucking tranny.
Okay. So that is a slur against trans individuals. That is a very derogatory slur against trans individuals. You are absolutely fucking disgusting. You are so disgusting. You have two options. Either recognize that it's wrong to use that slur, apologize to the trans people watching, and vow not to say it again. You know what? I don't even trust him to do that. We're just gonna kick him. Let's go to get. I wouldn't even trust it to be genuine. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue. Like, It's insane. Let me describe to you what I mean by that. I'm like lining up to play a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. We lined up to then replay it when he said he'd stop supporting Trump as president if he did that. And in the middle of this, all of a sudden, he makes it about trans people and then drops a slur against them. Like, I think he did that to run away. That's my take. I think he did that to run away. I think that's the reason why he did that. You know? He knew that I was about to start playing that clip and had it lined up because I have the VOD pause where he said all of a sudden he makes it. You know, they do that to run. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey man, how are you tonight? Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 45, will be 46 on Monday.
Let's see if you give the same responses as that last guest. How about you?
Can I ask you one quick question though, like about like the surrounding thing that you guys were on? It's just like a random question before that.
Sure.
So I've seen like you and Parker on there. The one thing I was curious about is like, do you guys have to like wait like for like a certain time to go in, or is it like, because sometimes I see like you guys like rush in and then like sometimes you guys like sit back and just listening. I didn't know if it was like I'm new to the whole thing, so but I listened to you and Parker, and then I watched like all the right wing stuff too, just because I didn't listen. I want to listen to everything, but
so you're talking about like the people sitting in the circle, like at what time could they?
Yeah, do you guys have to like wait to go in, or do you like?
Yeah. Basically, like the producer gives us a cue. They say like, okay, like in 3, 2, 1, whoever wants to talk to the person next,
right,
rush to the chair.
Okay, but it's not like there's like, so there's certain times then when you're sitting back and just like, is this like something, a topic I want to jump into? Or is it like, look, dude, you've been jumping in too much, where it's like, sit back?
So sometimes there is, you've been jumping in too much. Sometimes you get
okay.
That.
I didn't know if it was like Price is Right, where it's like, you got to like wait for a cue or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I've actually enjoyed that. I enjoyed the round table. That I think you've been on that before too.
Yeah, I've been on Roundtable, Face Off, and
yeah, and Parker. Yeah, okay,
very nice.
No, I've enjoyed that.
Ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Would you stop supporting Trump if he had sexually exploited naked women, turned around, called it funny, and laughed about it?
Can I reply with a question?
Yeah.
So, why do most people on the left want Bill Clinton to show up when he has basically done a lot of the same things? He's been accused of rape, sexual assault. And again, this is not to be like a got you. It's just like I'm actually wanting to have an actual conversation because I want you guys to like listen to your perspective and learn. But again, though, it seems like people want to have Bill Clinton come up, and it's before your time, obviously, because you're younger than I am. I'm 46. I'll be 46 on Monday. And like, I would actually vote for, like, if I was 21, like 8, like old enough to vote, like when Clinton came up initially, I probably would have voted for him.
Okay.
Because.
So I'm going to respond to your question. So if you ask me the question, Dean, would you ever support Bill Clinton as president if he had sexually exploited naked women, then laughed about it and called it funny? My answer to that question would be no. What about you?
However, though, he's been accused of rape, sexual assault.
If Bill Clinton raped anybody, I wouldn't support him as president. If he sexually assaulted anybody,
he got reelected though, Dean.
Okay. Can you say the same thing about Trump? We're just talking about you and me.
I cannot. My point is, it's not to be like tit for tat.
Just please answer the question. I'm sorry. I know, and I answered your question. I don't think anybody should support predators in positions of power for multiplicity of reasons. Now that I've answered your question, even if they're Democrats, by the way, now that I've answered your question, please answer mine. If Donald Trump sexually exploited naked women, laughed about it, and called it funny, would you still support him as president?
Well, that's where you have to separate policies from the character initially. The difference, though, is that Bill Clinton was in office.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a little bit of a difference, though. There's a little bit of a difference, though, because like, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. See, you continue to say, but Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton has nothing to do with our conversation whatsoever. It could be true Bill Clinton is a rapist, and every Democrat alive voted for him, and every Democrat still defends that vote. Yet, it would still be true that Trump shouldn't be president because he's guilty of sexual exploitation. If you are
but
right,
isn't that like
everything you've said,
counterintuitive though?
the conclusion is that Democrats are hypocrites, not that Trump should be president. Okay, I just want to make that so clear. Now, do I think that you're right in your evaluation? No. Because I think a lot of the people that voted for Bill Clinton, okay, like weren't aware of credible accusations made against them. And if they were aware of the same credible accusations today, then they wouldn't support him. Still yet, there's also big differences between the allegations against Bill Clinton and the allegations against Trump. Because no court has determined Bill Clinton raped somebody. Bill Clinton hasn't admitted to sexual exploitation. But ultimately, now that we've got the butt Clinton out of the way, all right, you said that you would still support Trump even if he sexually exploited women and laughed about it and called it funny. If a man...
Can I ask you a question?
No, almost.
Okay.
If a man can't if a man can't respect the consent of a woman, I don't expect them to respect real median wages or ensuring that I get more back on my taxes or ensuring that there's more jobs. Because frankly, if you're able to rape or sexually exploit somebody and then on top of that turn around, call it funny and laugh about it, you lack the foundational moral virtues required to care about other people. All right? Point blank, period. And if you lack the foundational moral virtues required to care about other people, then you cannot effectively legislate as a president, which is a position of public service where you are supposed to not just care about other people, but expressly do what is in their best interests as they are your constituents. This is why Eric Swalwell got tossed the fuck out by Democrats overnight because 5 credible accusations were made against him. He should be far and away from politics, even though he's a Democrat, and I don't understand why Republicans can't say the same. Oh, we need to separate the person from the politics. I agree with you. Well, maybe the reason why Donald Trump, the president, okay, is defunding Medicaid, kicking 10 million people off, not caring about their lives, is because him as a person didn't care about the bodily autonomy, self-ownership, and consent of the women and girls he raped and sexually exploited. Maybe the reason he was willing to take it as far as to threaten a genocide of 90 million people is the same reason he was willing to take it as far as to shove E. Jean Carroll against the wall, pin her down, and forcefully penetrate her vagina with his fingers. Okay? Because he doesn't care about other people. The person and the president, okay, are very much so involved and intertwined with one another. You can respond.
Okay. Number one, you obviously showed the picture that showed like no rape. Rape was not. They said no. Okay. Regardless of any definition, if people say it's not rape, then it's not. But outside of that, though, my question would be then again, is that if you're discounting what Flowers and the other lady said about Bill Clinton, why do Democrats still want to have Bill Clinton show up everywhere to support them? Because wouldn't that, I'm just asking, wouldn't that be the similar kind of thing though? Like, because again, he was president when he took advantage of an intern. Trump, and it's not saying like this is like better or that. I'm just saying though, it's like, if we respect the office, isn't there like, I can't even say if there's like a delineating line. I'm just asking like, and again, I'm not trying to argue you or like trying to be like the other freaking people that were showing up and like trying to like push buttons. I'm actually asking for a question. Why do they still want him to show up and like defend them, like not defend them, but like to like lobby for them, to like people ask Clinton to come, and I just don't get it. It's like he was actually in office when this stuff, like when the Lewinsky stuff happened, but like before that, obviously he was in another office in Arkansas, but it's like somehow that all got like pushed to the side, and it seems like the conversation becomes like, and again, tell me if I'm wrong, this is how I interpret it.
You're talking a lot. I just want to point that out.
And I'm trying to ask a question because like he was in office in Arkansas and in, he was the president when stuff happened.
I get the question you're asking me. Can I answer now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first and foremost, Monica Lewinsky was of age. Okay? I'm going to point that one out. Monica Lewinsky never accused Bill Clinton of raping her. I'm also going to point that one out. But the third thing that I'm going to point out is realistically, no one really cares about Clinton. All right? I'm talking 99% of Democrats. All right? There's been a survivor that said Clinton was with Epstein on a trip to Africa. All right? Never said that Clinton raped her, but even just the fact that a survivor said that has led 99% of people on the left to say, if Clinton is guilty, throw him under the jail. And quite frankly, because the survivor said that, we need to investigate the fuck out of him. There's no double standard here. I don't know why you keep on going back to Clinton, okay, who was never accused of rape by Monica Lewinsky when she was of age.
Not Monica Lewinsky, Jennifer Flowers, and the other girl, though.
Let's talk about, I don't even know who they are because I'm 21.
I know, but my point though is if you actually Google it, Jennifer Flowers,
if he's guilty,
when he was the
then throw
governor
him under
of
the jail.
Arkansas.
Like, I don't know what the hell else to say here. If he's guilty, throw him under the jail. And realistically, no one would ever vote for Bill Clinton to be president just because of what is said about him in reference to
They
Epstein.
voted him twice to be president. If you Google it, just Google it.
Dude,
Listen,
you're
one
saying
of the arguments
you
that
continue to
Parker
point
have, I'm not.
at you continue to point at the people that did vote for him in the 90s. Okay, first and foremost, not everybody who voted for Bill Clinton knew that he apparently had these accusations from these people that I don't fucking know. Okay, second thing, all right, the fact that he consensually engaged in sexual behavior with Monica Lewinsky happened after the people voted for him. You can't just unelect the president like that. Third point, today, nobody cares about Bill Clinton. If he's guilty, throw him under the jail. You continue to want to use Bill Clinton, okay, as an example to pivot away from the president we have today, who hasn't just slept with an of-age intern who never accused him of rape, but is admitted to sexual exploitation and has had a court determine that he did rape somebody. I will not hold a double standard here either. Don't use Bill Clinton. It's a bad example, okay, because the water is murky. Of-age intern who never accused him of rape. Use Eric Swalwell, a Democrat who was accused of rape by 5 of his interns and people that worked with him. There you go. Because of that,
the reason why we use Eric Swalwell is because nobody invites him to like show up for things. Okay. Nobody asked him like, I need your nomination to help me win. They asked Bill Clinton and Obama to come in to help them out. And again, I'm 46, so again, I know that it's before
Clinton,
your time.
If Clinton is a rapist, people shouldn't be inviting him to do that. Okay? Case closed. Now can we move on?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm fine with that because the only reason why I brought it up is because you'd brought up the sexual stuff with Trump. But,
yes, no double standard.
And again, and I'm not defending it at all. Trust me. It may sound like tit for tat, but it's not that. That was my question. Was like, why do Democrats still ask him to come?
If Clinton is a rapist, then they shouldn't be asking him to come. Now, can we stop talking about the president from 30 years ago?
But one thing I would ask you to do is actually like look into that stuff for yourself. Is all. That's it. Because before your time.
You know who I want to look into it? The courts. Because Bill Clinton is out of the public eye. Bill Clinton's no longer president. If Bill Clinton's guilty, he needs to be thrown in the fucking jail. That's who needs to look into it.
You're right.
All right? Because no, I'm not going to be running TikTok lives debating the legitimacy of allegations made against Bill Clinton. Okay? It is just not the strategic best use of my time. That would be the strategic best use of the time.
But that was like my only like
courts.
counterpoint to because again, like sometimes like you and Parker, which again, I watch you guys because I want to learn like what y'all are saying and how you feel. And
now can we move on from Bill Clinton now?
Sure.
Okay, now that you've agreed that we can move on from Bill Clinton, now let's finally start talking about the president today, not the president from 30 years ago, Donald Trump. All right? The first claim that you made is that a court never determined that he raped somebody. I disagree. I can tell you why. Would you like to know why?
Well, no, the picture you showed up showed it. It said no.
I know, and that could be confusing on the surface level. How could Dean say that a court determined that he raped a woman, yet when we look at the jury verdict form, it quite literally says no to rape? Would you like the explanation?
Sure.
So this specific action that the court determined he was guilty of engaging in was forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers without consent. Now, this is something that we colloquially understand to be rape because it is the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a part of a man's body. End of story. Point blank period. Now, the reason why it says no to rape on that jury verdict form is because the legal definition of the word rape in New York at the time was only the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's penis, which is why legally it was sexual abuse.
Okay.
And that's why I say that the court determined him to have raped a woman, even though it says no to rape on the jury verdict form, because we're using two different definitions of the word rape here. Okay, no to rape was no to New York's very strict and narrow legal definition of rape that has since been updated. Yes to rape, i.e. Dean says that the court determined him to have raped a woman, is the general colloquial usage of the word rape, which now 38 states have adopted to be their legal definition.
Okay.
So do you understand why it is true that the court determined him to have raped a woman?
Well, they didn't determine her to rape him or rape a woman. I mean, it clearly shows that's not the case. And by
I just tried
Dean's
to explain
colloquial,
this to you, and you just don't get it. Do you agree?
No, I get it. I get it.
Do you agree that the way you use the word rape would include the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers unconsensually?
I would determine rape to be any penetration of a woman with, but again,
so
if you're going off that though,
using your definition of the word rape, did the court determine he raped her?
No.
But the court determined that he did something that would fall under your definition. The court determined that he forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers. Therefore, under your definition of rape, the court did determine that he raped her. Do you see that? Do you see how that's undeniable?
So I see what you're saying. And if I'm going to respond to it, it's going to sound like I'm an asshole. And
speak your mind, bro.
Well, no, because I don't want to get trashed on everything else. I actually like to keep listening and don't want to get blocked or any of that shit. So
no, speak your mind. What do you got to say? It's fine. Just say what you got to say. I don't think. Listen.
The thing I struggle with is this.
Listen, I don't think you're a bad guy. Okay.
So the only thing I
don't think you're a bad guy. Just speak your mind. Just say your truth. I don't think you're a bad guy. What do you have to say?
All right. So the only thing I can relate this to, and like, let me give you an explanation of something, and see if like my brain is like working the right way. Okay. Give me a little leeway.
Yeah, just a little leeway. Like I said, I don't think you're a bad guy. Just tell us what you have to say. I don't think you're a bad guy. Shout out Chitty on. I get it. Those that don't get it probably think I'm crazy.
The only way I can see this.
Just tell us. What do you want to say here that you think would make you look like a bad guy? Even though you're not a bad guy, because I don't think you're a bad guy.
No, so the way I can see this is like this. The women that bring up things years later, right? I had a conversation with my father about 15 years after my parents got divorced because my dad was gay, came out as gay, right? And I suppressed a lot of the feelings that I had for those 15 years until I told him, like, look, I was going through like a mental health battle when I was so I was born 1980. So in 2010, I was 30? So when I was 30, what's up, Kat? And I basically took my dad out to a golf course with me and basically vomited like 15 years of pain on him. I guess that could be interpreted as the same thing, where it's like you suppress a lot of that stuff and you try to push it down no matter what happens, and then you explode it. So again, I'm contradicting myself right here, but I guess if I actually internalize it that way, I could see where that could be a thing, because I went through like literally like 2 years of pain of not talking to my dad about this shit. So I guess maybe that's the same. And it's not a form of PTSD, but I guess it's kind of the same thing where it's like that could have happened, and then it takes 20, 30. And again, the only reason why I'm saying this is like, it's actually just like, because for a long time, I was saying like, what the fuck are these people coming up with like 20 years later? But as I'm actually saying it, I'm actually like realizing this is no different than anything that like happened to me, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
So,
and no different than anything that has happened to like millions of other victims, by the way.
So again, it could have happened, yes.
And by the way, it like literally is PTSD. You said it's like PTSD? It is PTSD.
Yeah. And so again, they're trashing me there, but whatever.
And I also want to call this out. It actually gets harder to prove rape in a court when you wait 30 years. Okay? And that's what like diminishes the counter argument. Well, that because she came out 30 years after the fact, she must be a liar because she proved it in court.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just like the thing that bothers me a little bit though is like people that are older than you, okay? And again, that's not like to disparage you or anything like that. It's just that, and there's probably people on the live that are older than you, and it's that they will still like blame. I don't agree with everything Trump does. I'm not like a freaking zombie. I don't.
Okay, listen.
Whatever.
I'm going to try to clear this up because you're talking a lot, and we're not really going anywhere. So
Okay.
I think that we should believe he raped E. Jean Carroll because there's a lot of evidence for it. Most notably, the fact that she told the same consistent story for 30 years straight, and that fact was corroborated by therapist notes from the 90s and by 4 of her friends. All right? We also have the fact that Donald Trump lied in that courtroom. He claimed that he couldn't have raped her because he never met her.
Well, that we know is not true.
Responded with a picture of them together. He also
Right,
said he'd
exactly.
never rape her because she wasn't his type, which is something only a rapist would say. Non-rapist would say, I never rape her because rape is wrong. Plus,
I don't know if I'm going to say
that
a
wasn't his
rapist, but
type.
I'd say definitely like an egomaniac would say.
It's also like wasn't his type. That was also refuted.
Which is
because
both
he
true.
confused a photo of his ex-wife Marla Maples to be E. Jean Carroll when Marla Maples was his type. So actually, E. Jean Carroll was his type, and he lied about that. Not to mention in
Marla Maples is a little
2005.
hotter than Eugene Carroll, but
Well,
neither here nor there.
he confused E. Jean Carroll
I know.
to be Marla Maples, regardless of what your personal preference is, which is really weird to bring up when we're having a conversation about how
Exactly.
this woman was raped.
No, I agree with you.
Women
That-
can't escape sexualization of men. Doesn't matter if we're
and that's
talking about
like
these
the
women
weird-
in
like the
reference to
thing-
Victoria's Secret, Pornhub, or a civil rape case.
Well, I have no idea about Pornhub. We can't even watch that in Texas.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and continue to speak here. Okay.
Well, that was a joke,
Because
though, but-
another piece of evidence that we have is from the Access Hollywood tapes in 2005, where Donald Trump just straight up said that he liked to grab women by their vaginas without asking.
Okay, the only thing I'll say of that
Is that not exactly what the civil court determined Trump did to her? And then the last thing I'll say before I pass you back the mic.
Yes,
is,
sir.
Is character priors. Like the best predictive tool that we have for the future is the past. Okay?
Correct.
And we know that Donald Trump's past is riddled with other forms of sexual violence, like sexual exploitation. When he was the owner of beauty pageants, he'd barge into the private women's only dressing areas of those beauty pageants, look at the naked women, sexually exploit them. Then he sat down publicly on Howard Stern's radio show and talked about how
Yeah.
funny it was. Okay? Clearly, this man raped E. Jean Carroll for all of the reasons I just gave.
The only thing I'll say before I go, because you have a lot of other people who want to talk to you, and again, I'm not trying to like get into like an argument with you. Why are you huffing and puffing, dude?
No reason. Go ahead.
Well, you have a reason, but no, what I'm saying though is like, I don't know what locker rooms, again, I don't know, how old are you?
21.
21. Okay, so I'm 45. I'll be 46 on Monday. So when I was in my teens and we were in locker rooms, and even in my 20s, like you would talk about shit, you brag to people about stuff. The only thing I'll say about that whole like grabbing them by the pussy thing.
Would you ever brag about raping women, or would you brag about
Not
consensually
that.
sleeping
I'm not.
with?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the whole where if you're rich, you grab them by the pussy.
Is that listen? Well, no, what I'm saying is you're trying to write off Donald Trump saying, "Oh, you could just grab them by their pussies," or I
No,
could
I'm
just barge
saying,
into
like,
their dressing
that
room, so
comment,
look at them while
though,
they're
like, if
naked,
you're
okay,
with a
without their
bro-
consent. That's nothing, okay, that I've ever heard a man say. Right? Why?
I've never heard somebody say like, "Oh, I like
trying to
fucking met
describe
this
you.
bitch and I fucking blah blah blah." You never met.
Well,
you never.
so I don't surround myself with literal Neanderthals that we'd be better off without.
Well, you're also younger than I am, and when I grew up, it was a different story. Everybody has I'm not justifying it at all. Trust me, I'm not. All I'm saying though is I've heard people say things in the locker room.
Is even when we talk about the men who would talk about and brag about sleeping and fucking all the women,
Right.
all that. Well, the reason why they would brag about that is to make themselves look more important and more desired.
Right, but it's
by
not
women.
like they actually. Some of them actually did it though.
Can you let me finish speaking?
Yes, sir.
They'd brag about fucking all these women to make themselves look more important, okay, and more desired by very attractive women so that the other men would think that they're cooler. So what would underpin all of this quote-unquote locker room talk of men falsely claiming to have fucked all these women when they didn't was the fact that sex was consensual, because it had to have been consensual in order for them to be desired by that woman, which is the relevant fact insofar as what they're bragging about. So when we hear Donald Trump claim to have unconsensually barged into these dressing rooms and looked at all their naked bodies, we know it's not that just braggadocious locker room talk, okay?
Not that
because it was
part.
unconsensual. There was nothing that made him look more desirable from what he admitted to.
You're right. And I'm not talking about that part. I was just talking about the actual, the tape. And it's not that I agree with it. I mean, there's been times I've been in the locker room that somebody's been like, oh, I did blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
well, what if
the court
really? Proved they did? Okay, what if somebody bragged about something disgusting in a locker room to you? And
what's up, Santana?
And then a court proved what they were bragging about is something they actually did. Because that's what happened in the E. Jean Carroll rape.
The E. Jean Carroll is different.
You could call it locker room talk all you want, but when Donald Trump said that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first, he fucking meant it because the court proved it.
Also, I just want to hop in for a second and say, because I've been listening this entire. Hello, I've been listening this entire time, and you saying you're 46 or about to be 46, so regardless, I'm 39, so you and I aren't that far apart as far as the quote unquote locker room talk. That's not how the people that I surrounded myself with, that's not how we talk. Yes, we talked about, this girl is pretty, this girl is this, or whatever. Oh, I'm going to go see if I can get her number, or that's locker room talk. Saying that you were going to grab a woman by the P word, that's not locker room talk. That's the actual myth that you're perpetuating is the actual myth that men have the ability to do whatever they want towards women. And it is generational in the sense that it used to be socially acceptable years and years and years ago. But saying that you're 46 and this is a little bit different. No, that's why the Me Too movement was such a prevalent thing, because it was a bunch of women and femme presenting people who actually came out and shared their truth, shared their story. And that's why more often than not, men know a woman has been sexually assaulted. 1 in every 5 women has been sexually assaulted. And in that 1 in every 3 of them have been sexually assaulted somewhere between the ages of 11 and 17. So when you talk about, all of this is just a perpetuation of sexual assault, rape, and it's a whole thing that needs to be dismantled. And defending Donald Trump in any way, shape, or form, especially the fact that it's been legally proven, but morally speaking, there should be no man standing up defending anything when it comes to Donald Trump sexually abusing women, minors, none of it, because it should be unacceptable for all of us. What are we even doing?
Can I ask you a question, Santana?
Sure.
Since we're similar ages. So I'm not saying I've heard somebody in the locker room say I'm going to grab him by the pee. But what can I ask you this, though? Have you ever been in a locker room or you've been hanging out with your boys? And again, you pick and choose who you associate with. But at the end of the day, you still have people you still hang out with. And have they ever said...
I'm sorry, I'm just kicking him because that guy, was dude, it took him 30 minutes to land the plane and to make the point about Bill Clinton. It was gonna take him another hour and a half to land the plane about this point, because the Bill Clinton point was easy. Now this one was a little bit more complicated, so I just had to kick him out. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll just say, like, I wonder when they get to the point where they realize they don't have to defend sexual assault, rape, abuse. Like, when do you just realize you don't have to defend that?
Yeah, right. Bama, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course.
How old are you?
49.
What year were you born in?
76.
All right, Bama. I'm going to go to take a moment here to thank a couple of my donors, and then I'll pass that mic and the floor to you, okay?
All right.
Villa, thank you so much for the 10 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you, Villa, and I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. Same thing to you. Thank you so much, Mr. James, for the $10. I appreciate you, Mr. James. Thank you so much, Villa and Mr. James. You guys are very, very kind. I think that there's a couple other people on Super Chat, but my YouTube is glitching, so give me a moment to do that. Actually, my whole Google Chrome looks like it's crashing. Yikes. On Venmo, thank you so much, Brenda, for the $10. I really appreciate you, Brenda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who says, my mom reported her rapist after 51 years. It's never too late to regain your power. Absolutely, Brenda. Ryan, thank you for the $20. Show some love to Ryan down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Ryan. I want to get 200 W. Ryans, who says, Clinton is neither a president nor running for it, neither even in his wife since 2016. Why are Republicans hung up on a guy who held substantial power a quarter of a century ago? It's giving peaked in high school. Well, yeah, it's quite frankly really annoying. That's what it is. Thank you so much for the love and support. Caitlin, thank you for the $2. Kelly with the $20 says, have a great weekend, Dean. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you. Then one more from Julia. Thank you for the $10, who says, watching your live sitting next to my parents who are watching Fox News. You've helped me form my own opinions. Thank you. Bro, that is one of the main reasons why I do what I do. Thank you so much, Julia. I love to hear that. Shout out to you. On PayPal, thank you so much for the $23, Marianne. Thank you so much. Show some love to Marianne down below. Thank you so much. Marianne with the $20 says, I just voted my local council election. All voting is mandatory in Australia. Always occurs on a Saturday, and almost all local schools become polling places. I feel heard when I vote. It's mandatory in Australia. That's very interesting. And then Monavan, thank you for the $17, who says, have a great day. Thank you so much, Monavan. And then Carrie, that is Carie. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Carrie, I hope that you're doing well. Nurse Carrie's in the building. Nurse Carrie has been watching the live streams for over a year now. Nurse Carrie, I'm so very grateful for you and your support. Nurse Carrie with the $50 says, this is for the rent-free space, my circus ticket. Love to you, family Momo. From Nurse Carrie. Thank you so much, Nurse Carrie. Yeah, people are still buying all of the circus tickets from like 2 hours ago. Dude, what a crazy man that was. Lincoln, his name was? He was dumb. Camp, thank you for the $20 in Super Chat, who says Bill Clinton is irrelevant. If he's guilty, lock him up. Even if Bill Clinton is guilty, it's not an excuse for Trump's actions. Clinton being an alleged scumbag isn't some magic power wash for Trump's behavior. I know, and they like to treat it like it is. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. As well as Mika, thank you for the $20, who says MAGA calling this a circus, but they're the ones acting like clowns. All day, all night, bro. You know it. And then one last one, then we'll pass this guest the mic. K-E. Thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. K-E didn't attach a message. Just sent the love. K-E, like I said to Nurse Carrie from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the love. I definitely do not deserve that much. $50 goes a very long way here. Thank you so much, K-E. Show some love to K-E down below in that chat. Show some love to all of the donors. And if you want to ask a question, get a message across, or just support me in what we do so we could continue to do it for 4 hours, 7 days a week, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio and TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Take it away, Bama. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Scumbag, idiot, mentally deranged, wannabe Jesus Christ, Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I voted for him because I thought he was a proven leader, and I still believe that. All right, but as far as what you guys were saying, all right, he's not, that's not what he said. You guys are misquoting what he said, and that's not right. All right. He said women will allow this. He didn't say he did this against people's will. He said they will allow it, guys. Stop misquoting people.
So what he said is that he couldn't hold himself back from doing this, and the women would allow it. What that sounds like to me is a man that's forcing himself upon a woman, and the woman is fawning.
No, he said that women will allow you to do this if you are famous.
Well, by allow, I mean, what does that mean? Not actively punch you in the face while...
No, that means they're okay with it if they think they're going to get something out of it.
But, like, what data represents they're okay with it from his perspective while he's doing it? I'd say that data is the fact that they're not, like, punching him in the face after he threw himself on them, which is a very typical response for victims.
I mean, do victims normally go back and hang out with their attackers?
It could happen. Yeah.
Later.
I mean, married women will stay married to the man that raped them for a long time, either if it's out of like wanting to keep themselves safe, or thinking that if they were to divorce them and press charges, that this man would kill them, wanting to try to keep their kids safe because, well, if we got divorced and he got custody because I couldn't prove rape in court, maybe the kids would get armed while they were at his house. You know, there's about a billion examples.
Yes, sir. None of that aligns with what I asked you. I mean, why would a woman go back and meet a man years later that had attacked her?
Could you give me more more data here? Like, what are you talking about? Like, who's the woman? Who's the man? What happened to the woman?
Eugene Carroll, the one we're talking about.
Was she meeting him?
The one we're talking about.
Okay, Eugene Carroll. So Eugene
went
Carroll
back and met the man years later.
Okay, what happened years later? Can you tell me?
I've got an iPad, but I mean, I know you don't got time for that.
I mean, how did she meet him years later?
He's conflating stories.
I know she met up with him years later.
Hey, go ahead, Santana. Do you know what the hell he's talking about? I've never heard this.
He's conflating stories. He's mixed up. But like I was gonna say, Dean, what he was saying out. You mind if I just read this out really quick?
Yeah.
Bama, tell me what this means to you. Yeah, that's her with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want, grab them by the P word. You can do anything.
Yeah, Santana, I'm gonna let you take this. I need to go pee for everybody watching.
You got it.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
I don't know what the deal is with talking to a bunch of rape apologists tonight, but I'm definitely I already have something to say when I'm back. So when I get back, I'm gonna drop a bomb on this guy. But BRB.
Bama, does that not sound like someone who is not only saying that like they have the ability to do whatever they want, because like he literally said you can do anything. But he also admitted that he just starts kissing them. He doesn't even wait. It's like a magnet. So Bama, how is that not forcing someone on? Like you're saying, oh, they say you let him. He even admits that he's forcing himself on women.
No, sir. He didn't say that.
I just read the transcript. That's actually the word for word transcript.
He said they will let you. Yes, sir.
Did you not hear me read the entire word for word transcript?
I did. Yes.
And so just to highlight this point again, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. And then Billy Bush says, whatever you want. And then Trump said, grab them by the P word. You can do anything.
That let you is the key word.
Again, Donald Trump said from the start of the quote to the finish, yeah, that's her with the goal. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want, grab them by the P word. You can do anything.
Is that right? No. But is it fact? Yes.
No one is
still making the argument of that word let?
Yes.
Okay, check this out. I got a question. So if like some like really big dude said, well, whenever I go outside, I just can't hold myself back from asking, like running up to people and grabbing their purse. And quite frankly, when you're a big dude, they just let you take their purse. Okay, right. Do you think that this is a representation of a man saying that they just can't hold themselves back from consensually asking to take people's person, which they then give it to them? Or is the word "let" in this scenario more so being used to describe some like mechanism of force or more so coercion, right?
No,
it's being used to describe some mechanism of like force or coercion. So that's clearly what I think Donald Trump is saying in this clip. And I mean, my evidence on top of the clear common sense understanding through the use of an analogy there would be the fact that a court proved that he raped a woman by forcefully inserting his fingers into her vagina. Now, I actually have a question for you because you seem pretty dead set on defending the notion that Trump is a man with a good moral character. He's a good guy. He never engaged in sexual violence.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well then you'd understand where I'm coming from because this is the same guy that admitted to sexual exploitation. Like, dude literally said that he just barged into dressing rooms of women and girls to look at them when they were like naked with no clothes on, which is sexual exploitation. If this man, in other scenarios, same year by the way, 2025, August on Howard Stern's radio show, is admitting to sexually exploiting naked women in their private women's only spaces. Clearly, I think when he's arguing that you could just grab anybody by their vaginas and they'll just let you, he's likely referencing some form of similar sexual violence of grabbing somebody by their genitalia with no consent, right? So, like, what are your thoughts? What is your takeaway from the clip of Donald Trump straight up admitting to sexual exploitation by saying that he'd barge into the dressing rooms of naked women?
I don't believe, I don't agree with what he said. But at the same time, he wasn't breaking any laws. He does on the pageant. Okay. He does on the pageant.
I think the fact that regardless if it's legal or illegal, that does not concern morality. Okay, because even if it was illegal, okay, well, guess what? The slave owners weren't breaking any laws when they chained down their black enslaved women, rape them, and kill them, right? Like, the law doesn't matter here. What matters is what's moral and what's immoral. There are many points in this country's history where sexual violence has been legal, yet we wouldn't dare say it's morally permissible. So even if it was legal for this man, Donald Trump, to barge into the backstage dressing areas to look at them when they're naked, that is unconcerned to the fact that it is still yet sexual violence that is incredibly immoral, right? So do you accept that Donald Trump has committed sexual violence and has publicly bragged about it?
Absolutely
because if you accept, okay, you don't accept that. So then what is your takeaway from the
I
clip
don't see it that way.
Okay, well then how do you see it? I'm going to play the clip. I want you to describe what you hear.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And then here's Tasha Dixon, Miss Arizona from Miss USA, one of the pageants that he owned. Take a listen.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked, changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dix.
So tell me, how do you see that? Because what I see is a man admitting to abusing his position of power, the fact that Trump was the owner of the pageant, to then barge into the dressing rooms backstage at the pageants in which he owned, which were private for women only, because he says that there's no men around, and he admitted that he got away with it, which must have meant that he broke a rule, to then look at their naked bodies, and I know that because in that clip he says they had no clothes on and they looked incredible, which would amount to sexual exploitation.
No, I hear people that were running the pageant telling these women to idolize this man. I hear people from what she said telling that were guiding her, to idolize this man. And that's a difference, man.
This guy's fucking stupid.
Dean, I'm sorry. Can I just interject this really quickly? And I want you, and before you reply to him, Dean, with what you just said, because I was looking this up, I think this is super important. This is from Cornell Law. This is from Cornell Law, and this is this is consent from a legal perspective. Consent means that a person voluntarily and willfully agrees in a response to another person's position. The person who consents must be in a position sufficient mental capacity. Consent also requires absence of concern, fraud, or error. Consent is an essential constitute of a contract and not a defense to a tort. However, consent is generally not a defense to criminal charges, with the possible exception of rape and sexual assault. In rape cases and sexual assault, someone's consent is not their true intent if they are under duress or fear. Hey, so by that definition, one, the whole kiss them thing, there's no consent there. But Donald Trump actually sexually exploiting these women in the pageant, he already has the position of power, and he is also inserting himself into a place where even if they wanted to say no, then they cannot say no. Cornell Law has the explicit breakdown of consent, and from the actual audio that Dean just played for you, to your response, no. Donald Trump did not get consent. It is absolutely sexual exploitation.
No, every comment I've heard has referred to women that are allowing certain things because they think they're going to get something out of it. Every comment I've heard that you guys refer to is the same thing. It's women that I've heard that think they may get something out of this situation. Guys, I mean, you gotta freaking get past that, guys.
Do you have any example of any women that came forth and said that they were okay with it because they thought they were going to get something out of it?
Of course I don't. No, sir.
Okay, so at this point, you're just victim blaming.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I'm not listening to this piece of shit anymore.
I could tell.
At what point do I just need to step back and realize, dude, I'm sorry. If he left, good, I'm happy. Because at what point do I have to realize that if I was to come across somebody like that in real life and I heard what they said, I would legit think that they're just nuts. Okay, right? Yeah. Like this person is very seriously struggling with some problems. They're completely insane. I don't want any part of that. And then for whatever reason, because it's being said on my live stream in front of many people, we need to sane wash it and treat it like a legitimate position. Fuck that. Yeah. That dude was just straight up saying, no, I don't hear any, no, they're just idolizing him. No, no, you're just nuts, bro. You're incoherent. Okay. Clearly, you've lost your damn mind. Why am I supposed to take that seriously? I'm not. By the way, something I was looking at. So IPSOS just did a poll in March about top voted for influencers from people who voted for Harris, Trump, and third party in the 2024 election. And I am the fourth most voted for influencer.
Wait, who's above you?
On the left from IPSOS in accordance with voters from the 2020 election.
Wait, so who are the names? Who's 1, 2, and 3 then?
On the left, Kara Swisher, Jimmy Kimmel, and Stephen Colbert.
Okay. All right. Well,
dead ass.
I guess. Okay, that's fair.
I'm not even joking. You guys can go find this. Go on Google. Type in News Lab Jordan Center IPSOS poll. Online platforms and influencers overtake television and newspapers as primary news sources for U.S. presidential election voters. New Jordan Center /IPSOS poll finds. And legitimately, right, I am the fourth most voted in left-leaning influencer. They also did news influencers as a subcategory. For the subcategory of news influencers, excluding politicians, 7. Let me find that real quick. Yeah, 2.5% of people said that they get their news from me, which puts me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Which puts me 33rd on the list. And Aaron Parnas is actually 32nd on the list, right above me, specifically for news influencers. That's nuts.
That is crazy.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's wow.
One thing that I just want to call out for the people watching, because I know the topic that we were just talking about, and the topic that's been the point of conversation. I want to apologize before I started reading out the transcript. I didn't give a trigger warning. I know a lot of people who have gone through sexual assault, rape, things like that. Having to listen to people try to relitigate it and defend it can definitely be triggering. So I apologize. And I'll just say this, make sure that you're always putting your mental health first, taking care of yourself and protecting yourself. And I'm just sorry that you guys have to hear like these pieces of shit, honestly, come up and try to somehow justify what happened. So.
Yeah, they're nuts. All right, guys, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would follow the rules, please. This is over on Super Chat. Thank you, Audrey, for the $20. You were awesome, Audrey. Show some love to Audrey in that chat. Let's get 200 Audrey W's. Audrey with the 20 says, new here and loving your show. Thank you, Dean, for doing what you do. Well, thank you, Audrey. You were awesome. Welcome in. That's crazy. I honestly forget that new people tune in because I'm here every day. So I just automatically assume in virtue of my reality that everybody else is too. But no, there's like new people tuning in and out every day. That's crazy. Welcome into Sport Trump.
No.
Okay. Based. Moving on to the next guest. We got Cindy loading up. Anna, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Megan with a 1. Appreciate you. Then Emily. Very interesting spelling of Emily, by the way. Very cool. Very unique. Thank you for the $10 who says, can one of these MAGA men say, quote unquote, I'm sorry that these women feel unsafe in a terrifying male-dominated world. So many rape apologists is terrifying. There's so fucking many of them, okay? 67 million men signed up for a rape university. That's the world we live in.
That's
Karen,
fucking insane.
Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you, Karen. That is Karen. Karen, thank you so very, very much. Let's get another 200 Karen W's down below in that chat while we're looking for the next guest, Tyler. Hopefully he's loading up. Karen with the 20 says, hey, Dean, thank you for engaging with the community. You've educated and encouraged me to speak out. I appreciate it. If you viewed my speech, the timestamp on the VOD is 20218 of our community children on Facebook. Kids Speak 2026. Save a seat for me. I'll check that out, Karen. Thank you for the $20 and congratulations. I'm really proud of you for speaking out and I hope that speech went well. Then we have one last person to thank on Venmo for now, Miss Cheyenne. Thank you so very much for the $30 donation. Thank you so much, Cheyenne. Cheyenne with the 30 says, love you always, Dean. Whether it's live or on the VOD, I'm always here. Cheyenne, you are awesome. I'm so happy that you're enjoying the stream. I hope that you're enjoying tonight's stream. Hell yeah. Thank you for the love. Show some love to Cheyenne.
And for the 15 for me as well. Thank you, Cheyenne.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Cheyenne. Tyler, do you support Trump men?
Fuck no.
All right, guys, stay out of the queue if you're like Tyler and you're not a Trump supporter, quite frankly.
And Stephanie, thank you for the 10. It is very disturbing. They're sick, and thank you. Hey, really off topic, really quick, Dean. Did you see the Peen video that I tagged you in? I mean, not Peen, but Bean.
Yeah.
That was cute as fuck. That little kid got so excited. He said, Bean.
I did see that. That was pretty cute. No, it's cute. I just, I don't know if my live stream is necessarily appropriate for 6-year-olds, but
I get it.
That aside, it's pretty cute.
Yeah.
Let's go to get that next guest, Naz, loaded up into the box. Kira, thank you for the 15 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you, Kira. That is Kira. Thank you. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Wait, I have a brother who supports him.
Okay. What time is it?
By the way, he's he's very racist, by the way. So just to let you know.
Okay.
So
what
be
time is
ready
it?
to like kick him if he says anything.
What time is it?
What?
What time is it?
It's 5:55.
Are you in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or on the other side of the globe from the United States of America?
No, I live in the Middle East, but my brother's visiting.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. I mean, have a good rest of your day. We gotta get the next guest loaded up into the box right now.
Amber, thank you for the 5.
I've gotten pretty good at like calculating where like time zones are in my head.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
people struggle with time zones. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did for a while, but I mean, I did a lot of online work even when I was a lot younger, so I kind of had to learn them, and now it really comes in handy.
Yep.
Welcome into Sport Trump, Jake.
So, yes and no, I guess, is how I would say it. I'm kind of stuck.
Okay.
Can I
knowing everything that you do now? Knowing everything that you do now, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who would you vote for if you would vote at all?
I don't know for sure that I would even vote because it would instill a lot of panic in me if we had to vote already. But I want to say, can I get like 10 seconds to explain something?
Yeah,
real quick. All right. So, okay, it's in 1
I'll be right back, Dean.
Okay.
So, about 1 year ago, was on your live. I had just turned 18. It was literally, I think, like 11 months ago. I was on your live. I had just turned 18. I wasn't able to vote. And I was so headstrong on the idea of voting for Trump if I could. Like, I was trying to convince people that, like, it would be the better option, whatever. I was just graduating, and I was so stuck on Donald Trump. And I had hopped on your live, and you were like, why do you support Trump? And I was like, okay, gun rights. Like, I think that people need, like, the right to own firearms.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so headstrong on it. That was like my main focus. And you told me before I got off the live to do more research. And I have since then have like 70% lost all support. Like 70% of my support for Trump had like disappeared within like the first 3 months of deep digging into what he has done and criminal record. And so I want to say thank you because my whole family is very pro-Trump, and it kind of opened my mind a lot. Not directly what you said, but the encouragement to go research and seeing somebody close in my age and in my generation that seems so highly intelligent, especially compared to the other people that come on and debate you, including myself, to have such an opinion and be so strong on it, it kind of humbled me a little bit. I think I was a little bit egotistical about my opinion. Like, no, it's right, it had to be Trump, it had to be Trump. And
listen, dude, I mean, I remember living a very similar version of reality when I was younger myself. I just remember being so convinced that the GOP had it right, Trump was a good president, and the liberals were all crazy. And it's just so, like, crazy to reflect on that in retrospect, I guess. Just so convinced that I was right.
It is, it's very difficult, considering I have a very strongly Republican family, to, like, even bring up the idea of, like, disagreeing with him sometimes to them, but I do it anyway because I'm kind of a stubborn asshole. Like, once I get my head stuck on something, and it did, you kind of transpired that whole thing since that last time I was on your live to go do a bunch of research on it. And it was like, honestly, it was the rape case that you were bringing up this whole live I've been on since, I think 9:40-ish. No, sorry. No, 9:20-ish, 40 minutes I've been on, and standard Eastern time, by the way. And so that one was the case that I read into, and I was like, in my eyes, like, that is rape. Like, I don't see how that's not. And I wanted to not believe it for so long, and I'm so, like, honestly disappointed in myself I don't, because, like, it was proven that it happened, but it wasn't rape, so I was like, oh, well, it's not rape. I kept trying to justify it. My only thing, the only support I have for Trump is, like, the defense for the Second Amendment right, because that amendment right can protect a bunch of women from that ever happening. So his support for that,
so
not what he does. Him as a person, I do not like. I actually hate him.
Surprised. A lot of feminists are radically pro-gun ownership for women for the reason you just gave. All right?
100%.
And
that
this
makes
is
more
why
sense.
The left doesn't want to just ban all guns. All right? Even myself, I own a 9mm. I love the fact that I own a 9mm. It gives me a lot of confidence.
Can I ask what gun, brand, style, what it is?
I forget.
I have a Smith & Wesson.
the make. It's not one of the typical ones.
Was it something recommended by a gun store owner?
Yeah.
Yes, fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah,
I just kind of had them guide me through it.
That was the greatest decision you made.
Is that like I like no one on the left wants to like ban all guns. Okay, that's just not something that happens. There's dialogue about maybe wanting to ban ARs, and honestly, that's just because when we did for 10 years, okay, gun deaths dropped dramatically. All right, and quite frankly, like I'm not gonna lie, I think that ARs are cool. All right. Maybe it's just because I was raised in a Republican household and my dad owns a shit ton of guns.
Probably the same for me then too.
You know, like holding it in your hand and shooting it right at a target.
Going to a range with them, so fun.
It's so fucking fun. Okay, it's awesome. Or even just like knowing that you have it and it's yours, and like knowing that is like a possession. It's cool. All right, but ultimately, from my perspective, and I think from the perspective of any other reasonable person, that the cool factor of guns can easily be outweighed by the lives in which could be saved if we were to possibly ban them, proven by the outcomes in the 90s to 2004.
So
I would just love to add, like when it comes to the like ban, no one on the left is trying to take away everyone's guns and things along those lines. And Dean highlighted like the AR ban that we're talking about, but like common sense things, red flag laws, safe storage laws, universal background checks, those things would really help. But even more so than like saying that, we need to make sure women have guns. How about we like focus on making sure men aren't like pieces of shit? How about we hold like people accountable and when it comes to like sexual assault, rape, CSAM, and like actually start making sure these people aren't in positions to continue to do that. I think that would be more effective.
How about we do both? I don't know. I personally, I'm with like the more radical feminists that say women need to own firearms. I personally fully advocate for women who have the ability to go out and buy a handgun. And to train yourself to use it for personal, defense. The only good rapist is a dead rapist, and that's the way I see it.
That was the greatest thing I've ever heard on the internet. That was fantastic. The only good rapist is dead rapist. Sorry, that made me chuckle. I just choked on I was hitting my vape and just inhaled that too hard. That was fucking great.
I think the point that like I'd like to highlight though, you have people like my wife who is terrified. Like anytime that I have to take my weapon out of my my safe, like she visibly panics, right? And you have people like that, not just women, but people. And like if we have to go to such an extreme to say the only way that people can have a sense of safety within our society is if they pick one of the two fears, then like we're in a bad position. Like that's the worst position that we can put people in. So yes, people should have access to their guns and be able to own their guns, but we should also make a society where women don't have to fear just walking down the street and being in danger just because they're a woman.
I 100% agree. Can I just say that like idealistically that would be great. Like that is the ideal circumstance. But the reality is, in my perspective, and I could be wrong, is I truly believe it is easier to arm people and teach people to be safe and not so gun shy, like you explained your wife is gun shy, and visibly scared by them, is to desensitize that fear from it, because the reality is bad people will never disappear.
And I wish they would. The majority of people that are hurt in home invasions are people that actually live in the home when a gun is present. Like people saying that, breaking in and having a gun to protect yourself, majority of the time, the people that are hurt are the actual people that live in the home, not the bad guy breaking in. Like there's so much.
Well, yeah,
I'm gonna add one last point on here. Then we'll probably move on, because you said you want to vote for Trump, and honestly, I'm just gonna give you the same recommendation: keep on seeking truth, bro, because it seems like the last couple months has really worked out for you. But the one last thing I'll say here is, I don't think we should fully desensitize people to be scared of guns. I don't think that at all, because I think when one becomes desensitized completely to a gun, then they get reckless with a gun, right?
Right. No,
I think that we should all be I think we should all be a little afraid of
A healthy
of
fear.
the power that guns hold, because you move your finger half an inch and then somebody's dead. Like, that's the power that guns hold.
That is 100% the reality
They
of that.
deserve to be a little bit fearful of. And that's how
I would
we
say
treat them
respected.
responsibly.
I would say respected maybe is that the word, but I won't argue over the semantics of the word. I 100% agree with you on that point of view. But I will say, like, the teaching people to be comfortable with guns is a steady solution compared to trying to get rid of all the bad guys. Like, I mean, the more people that own guns, the more good people who own guns, and the less laws and restrictions. Like in my state, there's no self-defense law. I live in Connecticut. You go to jail. If someone breaks in your house and you shoot them, unless you are cornered and they also have a firearm,
listen,
you go to
I'm just
jail.
going to direct you to Everytown Research. Everytown Research is a great anti-gun violence advocacy 503 nonprofit. Okay, and they collect a lot of data and they do a lot of research about the efficacy of gun control and gun legislation. What they demonstrate every single year, they do this again for the last year of crime stats, is that the more gun control a state has, the less gun deaths per 100,000 residents they have. More guns is unfortunately not the solution to gun violence, because if it was the solution to gun violence, then America wouldn't have the most gun violence disproportionately in comparison to every other country on the face of planet Earth in the developed world. Okay, and that's a fact.
Probably not
Because we have
gun
more
violence.
guns
I agree.
than we have legally
Citizens.
allowed gun owners. Okay, and we also happen to have more than one mass shooting a day, right?
And
Australia doesn't, Britain doesn't, and those countries have way less guns than we do. But
I'll
I will
just
just
add
conversation
this-
here because I want to add, because I want to move on. But Santana, if you want to kind of
I'll just the last
thing on.
piece. I just want to maybe you should challenge your thought as far as like good people with guns to stop the bad people with guns. I mean, look at Uvalde, Texas. Not only did the good guys who were trained professionals who had guns did not stop kids from getting killed, they waited 77 minutes before they even went in. So like that premise is just false. Anyway, I know you want to move on, Dean, but I just want to throw that in.
Yeah, check out
All right,
Everytown
well
Research,
then-
okay, Jake?
Could I get 1 second?
No, I'm gonna move on now. But I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay?
You as well. Thank you.
Of course. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
How old are you, Agent Wolf?
26.
Okay, and you support Trump? Ew, what a crazy guy. Okay, listen. You should be thrown out of office. He's just clearly not mentally fit to serve.
I think that depends. I didn't see any of you guys really crying when Biden was in office and he left over $1 billion
What
of
about
equipment
Biden?
across the country.
What about Biden? Would it be across the country? Be across the world? And any equipment that was left in Afghanistan was complete. U.S. equipment that was left in Afghanistan was completely disabled, and the only reason why we left it there is because it would cost more to ship it back to America compared to leave it there,
literally
disable it, and then rebuild it here.
Yeah, but the Taliban literally are showing weapons that we made in perfect condition, so those weren't disbanded.
You're
and those were given out for
very
free.
picky choosy with your language, because you're right. They were showing weapons that we made in perfect use form, but not that we owned.
Yep.
They weren't
And
ours.
that also
they
came
were the
from
property
two
of the
different
Afghanistan.
Democratic
One moment.
presidents who allowed that to happen.
One moment. They were not American property. They were the property of the Afghanistani government. The only
Actually, those were American property. That's why they're left there. That's name where you
No.
found that source.
Okay, perfect. So the source that we destroyed all of our equipment that we left in Afghanistan would be a report from J something. Let me find it. While I find my source, can you find my source?
That's not very descriptive. If you were asking,
I said while I'm
Bam Bam
finding
to
it,
be
can you
super
find your
descriptive?
source that we left functional
Bama?
equipment there in which the Taliban has taken advantage of?
Yeah, we should look that up.
Okay, do it.
No, you should look that up.
Well,
Bubba.
I'm on mobile, so if I look it up, it cuts out my stream. So that's like you guys have a computer. You're on. That's what you guys do for a living. So
Cap, that's a lie. That never happens.
Yeah, it does.
You're lying.
You want to know how I know? It's because I work in phones, bro.
That's fine. Look, I can look stuff up right now. I'm on my phone as well.
Look, hey, his stream cut out. What'd I say, bro?
And I'm back. Wow.
Oh my God,
and
bro.
wait, you mean when you
His
teacup
stream literally cut out. That's exactly what I was saying.
Oh, I get it, Agent Wolf. You're stupid.
That's
got
funny,
it. Got
bro.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because you teacup for a second doesn't
Y'all
mean
saw
you
it
can't
on
come
chat,
back to
bro.
the
Y'all
stream.
saw
Perfect.
it.
I have two sources for you. I have two sources for you. Okay. So my first source is going to be from Business Insider. The article is titled, "The U.S. military says it permanently disabled over 150 vehicles and aircraft before leaving Kabul so they can never be used again." So we completely disabled all of the equipment in which we own. And then I have a second source
who's
here from
Business Insider? Who are they directed by? Like, who are they supported by within the government? That's actual information.
So this is just citing
Like,
the
what
US
branch
military.
or what person within the government gave them that intel that was how that went?
CENTCOM.
CENTCOM?
Yeah,
And
it's going to be
who
the
is
US.
CENTCOM under?
That's going to be the United States Central Command Defense Force.
United States Central Command Defense Force. So,
United States
like,
Central
within
Command.
that force, who gave the tweet or information from that to give that information?
Wait, what?
There got to be a name posted on who gave them that intel that was.
It,
that was
the
case.
agent. It wasn't one specific person. It was the agency, CENTCOM commander.
Do you not know how sitcom work? Are you? Oh, Dean.
Oh,
You gonna
actually-
go back to name calling? Is that
Oh,
what you
it's
do when
it's
you guys
Commander
can't put out a
McKenzie.
fact?
Commander McKenzie from CENTCOM.
I get it, bro.
His name is
Oh.
Commander McKenzie.
Commander McKenzie.
Kenneth.
And what is his position now?
Kenneth F. McKenzie.
F.
Oh,
F.
he's the
McKenzie. What is
head
his
of the
position
U.S.
now?
Central Command.
So he's the head of the U.S. Central Command, and where
Yes.
in his whole statement did he say that those weapons that we left, were owned by them?
I have never seen
realize
a
who makes these
goalpost
weapons, bro?
move
They got
this
videos
fast and
of
this
these
many
guys
times.
holding
Dude,
American
honestly,
ARs, bro.
I'm surprised that I have answers to all of these questions. Like, this
Holy
guy's like
fuck.
clearly
You
being
didn't, you had to look it up.
Yeah, I had to look
That
it up.
means
That's what
getting
smart
the
people do,
answer
and they want to
you
give you a
don't,
source. You fucking idiot. You're an absolute bot. You're literally a droid. Listen, if you're going to shit on me for having to look up the very specific designated task force of the United States of America, then the very specific general from that very specific designated task force that gave this very specific information to the public about the very specific equipment that we left in Afghanistan, rendering unable to be used again, and then you're gonna laugh at me for having to look that up, bro. I'm not fucking an encyclopedia. Like, goddamn, like, hello. But anyways, no. What I was gonna say there is, like, clearly you're being disingenuous because you asked me for a source, I gave you my source, and then you're like, oh, like, from what like department or agency of the government did they get that from? Honestly, like, I don't think I'd have an obligation to give an answer to that question. But like, then I read the article and it said CENTCOM. I was like, holy shit! Like, I actually got the answer to this guy's question, CENTCOM.
He's
And then you like, took
debating
it a step
himself right
forward.
now.
Then you're like, oh, like, what specific
debating
person
himself right
from
now.
CENTCOM reported this information? And like, at that point, okay, like, now that is very clearly disingenuous. Okay, even if this article does not give the name of the specific person from CENTCOM that gave the information that we destroyed the military equipment that we left behind in Afghanistan, all right, like, this is still a very reliable claim because it's coming from a part of our government, even if we don't know what representative of that part of the government made the claim. Oh, but then holy shit, guess what?
But
It
you
also
don't think
clarifies
the same
that
way
the
when
person
Trump
that
comes out with
one moment,
information,
one
you
moment, one
question
moment.
everything
But
he
then
does.
guess what?
That's
I was
like
like, holy
the
shit,
whole
even
point.
though there's a very disingenuous question, I then gave you an answer to that question. It was General Kenneth F. McKenzie. And then you even went further. You said on top of that, now that you've given me the very specific name of the person who made this claim from CENTCOM, please tell me the very specific role in which he now serves inside of CENTCOM today. And then I was able to do that too.
Are you
I told you that he
debating
was the
yourself
head
right now,
general
bro?
of CENTCOM, the commander of the United
Are you
States Central
debating
Command.
yourself?
And then you have like more questions to ask on top of that, insofar as validating that the claim in which I'm making is true. Listen, buddy, now that I've given you
Bro
the
is
claim
debating
made
himself
by the
right now,
government,
guys. This
the
is
specific
living
part
proof.
of the government that made this claim, the specific person from the part of the government that made this claim, and the specific role that that person serves in that part of the government today, I think that I've proved my point.
So you got pressed because I asked you to get facts. So why didn't you give the same options to Bama?
Tina, thank you so
Why
much
are
for
you
liking Bama.
pivoting?
I just made you look it up. So why didn't you give the same options to Bama? And you also blocked it. You also kicked him out of your live after he started saying some real shit. And I find that really interesting. You guys do this. When all of a sudden it doesn't work out into your story favor.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. You lost the debate, so now you're going to start defending sexual violence to pivot away?
Pivot
Crazy.
like a month.
Where did I lose, bro?
Yes,
Wait,
of course.
What point
Because
did
you
I
asked,
make through all that?
Of course.
What
so
was
you
my
asked me.
point that I made
You
through
asked
that?
me for a source for the claim. Okay, and then I gave you the
Yeah.
source, and then you started to freak out. So you
Okay.
started getting super disingenuous by asking for the specific person from the very specific sub agency from our federal government, and the very
And that
specific
was
role in which
offensive?
they still serve in the government today. So that I gave you all of that information, and then you start crashing out, telling me about how I kicked the last guy because he was making a
Bro,
valid
you've
point.
been
Meanwhile, the
literally
point that he was
ranting for
making was
5 minutes.
defending sexual violence. Like, holy shit, my friend.
If
But
I was
anyways,
getting cooked like
see it
this,
on
I
the
would
stream,
feel like
guys.
it was 5
You
minutes
see it
as
on the
well.
stream,
yeah,
bro. He
but
debates
do you accept the
himself and
source?
mutes me
Yes or no?
every
Do you
2
accept the
seconds.
source? Do you accept
This
the
is how he
source?
does. He debates himself.
Do you accept the
You
source?
gonna unmute me?
Do you accept the
You're
source?
not muted, you
Accept the source.
donut.
Can you tell me what point I made out of all that for the whole purpose of making you look that up? Tell me what point I made through all that? What was
You
the
want me to
reason why I
prove
asked
that what
you
I'm
that?
saying is true?
Name the cause.
The cause would be to prove.
Because you
that
couldn't
I'm a
even name
reliable
your gun
narrator.
brand earlier. So my gun's a Smith and Wesson, by the way.
Cute. Okay. Do
And
you
you
accept
couldn't
the
even
source?
name your gun yet. You support gun rights. You couldn't even name a weapon.
Right. I
You
couldn't.
just
I couldn't
know it's
name
a 9mm,
the
some
manufacturer
stuff you
of
heard
my
off a rap song.
9mm.
Mine's a Slugger 9mm.
Okay. Nice. So do you accept my
What
source?
does that have to do with anything?
Also, you said it's Weston. It's not Weston. It's
Your
Weston.
gun, bro. I gun like 2 times a year, bro. You couldn't tell me the name.
I mean, you couldn't tell me the name of yours either. You said Weston. It's not Weston.
9mm.
You couldn't tell me who made your gun either. Holy
Smith
shit.
and Weston is a brand, my guy.
What does that have to do with the claim and the
What are you
information
talking
you
about?
just provided
Wait,
about
no,
the
it's not.
equipment in Afghanistan?
Wait, Santana, one moment.
That's wild,
I want to
bro.
clarify. Smith and Weston is not a brand.
He's thinking the Weston isn't
Well,
the
you'd be
Weston
very
a hotel?
Yeah, what the fuck is a Smith and Weston? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's not a brand. You just
Never heard of it.
claimed that you know who made your gun,
Smith and
Weston, but Smith and Weston doesn't exist. Listen, if you're going to be a freak, okay, he left.
Of course he did. Of fucking course he did.
Dude, he lost so hard because I was able to give him the very specific information about the evidence that we destroyed the equipment that we left behind in Afghanistan, and then he gets mad. He pivots to like the fact that earlier I couldn't, tell you guys who made my 9mm, and he was like, "Oh, dude, you couldn't even name who made your 9mm. I could tell you who made my 9mm, Smith and Weston." Okay, Smith and Weston is not a company. Smith and Wesson is a company. WESSON. Not Weston. And that's why he left, because that was top tier self embarrassment.
I've never seen. Listen, yeah, it seemed like prime time, like Deion for the younger generation who may not know. Deion Sanders was one of the best cover cornerback ever, and every single move he tried to make, because he moved the goalpost multiple times, and it was just the answer was there and there and there and there. Not gonna lie, I would have ran as well.
He's back.
I would have pivoted and ran too. Not gonna lie.
He's pulling if you mute me, you lose. Remember that guy?
I'm
Would
back.
just like leave and then come
I,
back.
I tried looking it up, and guess what? It kicks me from stream just like
You're
I
a
said the first
fucking
time.
liar. You kicked
you want me to do
yourself,
it
you
again, bro? As
donut.
soon as I do this, that's for real. It kicks you from the stream when you did it, bro. You literally went dark.
I teacup, and then
Yeah,
you're still on the
question
stream.
on that. Okay.
You left,
Gonna-
you
you're
ran,
gonna have
and
to-
now you're looking for an excuse to say, "Oh, I didn't run." No, you ran. That's not how
We'll
this
just say I
works.
ran. Why would I come back? Why would I? Come
Because
back,
we
man?
called you out. Now, can you answer?
How would I know? How would I know if you called me out if I wasn't even here and I left?
You were still in the stream, you idiot.
That bro. Okay. Oh, I was still in the stream, but I left. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. So is that
yes,
what happened
because
to
when you
went
disconnect,
went
you're
dark,
still
and then
in the
I'll go back in?
stream.
All right,
Bro, you literally just proved my whole point this whole time, bro.
Conversation. I don't think
So
so.
funny, bro.
Do you accept the source from Business
So-
Insider that we destroyed the equipment that we owned before we left Afghanistan?
They destroyed helicopters and major equipment. They did not destroy weapons.
So the weapons that they didn't destroy were the weapons that were not owned by America. They were the ones that were owned by the Afghani government. My source for that claim would be from CNN. U.S. left behind $7 billion of military equipment in Afghanistan after 2021 withdrawal, Pentagon report says.
Does it state
if you
what equipment that
read
was?
The Pentagon report. It says, and I quote, that the equipment left behind was not U.S. military equipment used by our forces, per Army Major Rob Lodwick, a Defense Department spokesperson.
So it just says that it was not equipment used by our forces. It never said that we never made them or we didn't give them to them.
Oh, well, exactly. It's because that's what it was. We made it and then we sold it to the Afghanistan government. They were not our equipment.
So that's literally technically the equipment we made, dude. That it's American made.
Yeah, exactly. It was American made, but it wasn't
dollars from the people were used to manufacture those weapons.
I'm not sure if they were made with tax dollars or if they were sold in a private.
That's how the military works, dude. The military is not free. That's what your taxes go to.
But also, the military like has private contracts with like weapon manufacturers, like Lockheed Martin, for instance, and then we would sell the weapons to other countries, like Lockheed Martin.
And where do those
endorsed by our
manufacturers
military,
get their
would
money
sold
from?
the weapon. Well, they'd get the money from the sell.
The government, which gets its money from the people.
No.
That's how government contracts work.
So the government has contracts for weapons that they use.
That literally doesn't make sense, my guy. Like the government.
It makes so much sense. That's what a government contract
and
is.
that is our tax dollars that's funding these
For
guys.
weapons that our military uses, not for weapons that are privately sold to other countries. Like
privately sold.
In the same way that
American
Lockheed
made.
Martin, let me describe this to you. In the same way that Lockheed Martin has military contracts with the US DoD to get paid X amount of money in turn for X amount of military goods, Lockheed Martin also has private military contracts with like the Afghani forces, where the Afghani forces would pay Lockheed Martin X amount of money, then in exchange, Lockheed Martin would then give the Afghanistan forces X amount of goods in return. It's no different than any other private company in America. Like, for instance, if an American company that makes phone cases were to make some phone cases as a part of a private contract with the American government, because now all these American government phones need phone cases so they don't break, okay, and they get paid for that. Nice. It's a nice buyout. It's a big contract. They make money. But clearly, this company that creates phone cases also will sell phone cases direct to consumer and then directly to maybe other governments that also need phone cases for their employees' phones, like the Afghanistan government. But the point that I'm making here is that all of the weapons in which we're left behind were not owned by the U.S., were not owned by our military. They were owned by the Afghanistan government that they bought from American military equipment producers. And by the way, countries around the world will buy weapons from American producers through private contracts. The only times countries can't do that is when there's some type of sanction imposed on these countries or these countries' governments, which there are many of when we identify that country's an enemy, right? But the point is that all of the weapons that were owned by the military, were owned by our government, were completely disabled per ComSec. And the $7 billion worth of equipment that was left in Afghanistan to be functional was not owned by the American military or owned by the American government.
But who was keeping those weapons safe while we were stationed there? Like, the only reason why they got a hold of those weapons is because American troops were sitting there. Because as soon as we left, instantly that city got taken over.
As soon as we left, the Afghanistani government fell, and then they took over all of the equipment from the Afghanistan government, which has little to do with us.
That has a lot to do, bro, because that literally killed a big strategic landing strip for us within that part of the country. That's a whole airport that now we can't use or land on.
Okay.
That does play an effect.
I don't understand what this has to do with.
So now, if you want to land there, if there's another war there, or people need help because they're suffering, we can't land there.
So now you're attempting
to help them?
Change the argument here. I don't think, honestly, I'm actually happy that we don't have access to that landing strip. The harder it is to send troops back to the Middle East, the better. Based, okay, but you're now distracting away from the original point that you made, because the original point that you made was that we left functional U.S.-owned military equipment in Afghanistan for the Taliban to use, and that claim is false, and I've proven that to be false.
But where in that? So when you read that, they said military equipment, and that's all you said. You know, so did they give a weapons list of what got left behind? And if so, read off the weapon list.
Army Major Rob Lodwick, a DoD spokesperson, did not give a weapons list.
So we didn't give a weapons list. So now we don't know if, part of that $1 billion that we left behind was actual ARs that, might have been a U.S. soldier's AR that got left behind.
No,
so there's
know
no
that it was
facts
not a
or
U.S. soldier's
any proof
AR?
that ARs never got left behind.
We know that it was not a U.S. soldier's AR because once again, Army Major Rob Lodwick, the DoD spokesperson, clarified to Congress that our equipment used by our forces was not left behind functional.
But he couldn't give a debrief on what specifically was left behind.
He might
That
have.
was dysfunctional.
I mean, he might have. I don't know.
Might have, and saying that they weren't. There's two different things. Like you want facts.
No. What I'm saying is that
those
fact
are
is completely irrelevant to the argument we're having.
That is very irrelevant.
Maybe he did give a weapons list to Congress. Maybe that's on some other article, and
Why
or
would we give
maybe
it to
that's
us?
classified.
If it's not able to be working anymore, why wouldn't we have the weapons list?
I don't know. Go ask
I mean, if
Rob.
it's so public that
Have
can
you
look
looked it up?
in the DOJ.
But it is
Why-
irrelevant to the argument because regardless of what was on that weapons list, as long as we know that it was not owned by us, then your claim that we left U.S. military equipment in Afghanistan functional to then be used by the Taliban is false, regardless of what that equipment was. Just use your brain here, dude. This is a really easy point. That weapons list could be anything. Imagine a random
Dean is
weapon
trying
list.
to debate
Well,
himself.
because we
He is
know
muting
that
this
every
entire
single thing on that
conversation.
weapon list
He is
was
trying
not
to
owned or
debate
used by
himself right
our
now.
military, then your claim that we left U.S. military equipment in Afghanistan to then be used by the Taliban in a functional manner was wrong.
But you couldn't name a weapons list. You couldn't give any facts. So what you're saying
I
is
don't
technically
have
not
to-
a fact
I do
either.
not
You don't
have-
know what things were
listen,
left over
I
there.
want you to listen to me.
Equipment could be a box that had paper
I'm
in it.
trying to describe this to you.
Equipment
I want
could
you
be
to
a
listen.
helicopter that they blew up.
I just want you to listen to me. I don't need to name a weapons list because regardless of what the weapons list is, all of it was not used or owned by the U.S. military. Therefore, your claim.
Dude, do you hear
that
yourself right now? It does matter. You're literally
I'm
dismissing
trying to
key
describe to you why it does
factors
not
to these
matter.
questions.
Can you please allow me
It
to
does.
describe to you why it doesn't? Would that be fair,
I
right?
mean, you can. I mean, if you want to debate yourself for another 5 minutes, go ahead.
I just want to describe to you why the weapons list doesn't matter, okay? The reason why the weapons list doesn't matter is because regardless of what is on the weapons list, none of it was owned or used by the U.S. military. Therefore, your claim that we left functional U.S. military equipment in Afghanistan that was then used by the Taliban was incorrect. Regardless if that functional military equipment was an RPG, an AR, a box truck with paper in it, regardless of what it wasn't ours. Therefore, your claim was wrong.
You know how easy it is to add up $1 billion if you have aircrafts and tanks in the area? You get there within at least, 10 aircrafts and about, another maybe 15 tanks, and that can equal up to $1 billion.
Okay, what's your point?
That's where we have a big issue here, is because,
this is
you guys
not
wanna
an
say
issue to
Trump's
the
a bad
argument.
guy, he does all this with sexual
Because
content,
then those
but yet somehow
aircrafts and
Trump
tanks,
isn't
they weren't
in
U.S.
prison, but
military
yet Epstein
equipment.
is.
Listen, but those military equipments and the tanks and all the aircraft, they were U.S. military equipment.
So we
your
just
claim that
destroyed
we left
tanks and
functional U.S.
helicopters, not
military
a single
equipment
piece of
in
lethal
Afghanistan was
equipment
incorrect.
that you can pick up in your hands.
Do you understand that regardless of what was on the weapons list, it wasn't ours?
I mean, it does because we paid for it with $1 billion.
How do you know we paid for it?
And that's how they got that number. Is it?
What
equaled up
is
to
your
$1
source
billion
that we
in
paid for
equipment
it?
that they
What
left
is your
behind?
source
He
that
has
we paid
no
for it?
sources.
Yeah, what was your source that
Dude,
we
where
paid
do you
for
think
it?
weapons come from? You think that the government just
manufacturers?
magically populates tanks and men to go out here and fight
from
for free?
from private
You think they
manufacturers?
do that out of the kindness of their heart?
Weapons come from
Satana,
private
you think they do that out of the
manufacturers.
kindness of their heart?
Weapons come from private manufacturers that
Who are then paid
manufacture
by the
goods.
government. And
How do
the
you know that
government
they weren't
pays with
paid
those
by?
through taxes.
How do you know that how do you know that they were
China's
paid?
not gonna
How do you know
pay
that they
another
were?
blacklisted company to go give us
How
weapons?
do you know that they weren't paid by the Afghanistan government because they were Afghanistan military equipment?
Where did Afghanistan get those weapons?
From Lockheed Martin and other companies.
America.
Not from America,
Who
from
also
American
funds
private
outside
companies.
sources to build those weapons with taxpayer money.
Dude, prove that these private American companies were paid by our government to make guns and equipment for Afghanistan.
And you just claimed that America uses these companies to produce
Right.
weapons for us, that our government pays these companies. So, like, what are
Right.
you talking about? That's right back at you, dude.
Have you ever heard of
What?
a company having more than one client?
Depends on what company you are.
Like,
'Cause,
dude, hello? Like, are you just unfamiliar with how, like,
there
private
is,
companies work under, like, capitalism?
National laws to selling to both sides of the enemy, right?
Wait, show
Like,
me.
there's a reason why you don't
So then show
see
me
that
that.
happening.
Then show me. Then show me that. Quite frankly,
I'd love
Lockheed
to, but every time I
Martin
leave this, you guys say I run
was
away from
paid
the
by
stream
the
because my
U.S.
stream
government
gets
to make
quiet.
guns for Afghanistan. And by the way, at that point, you know, their government wasn't our enemy, or else why, even under your hypothesis, would we give them weapons?
I mean, one
Oh,
to keep them
wow.
safe while our soldiers are there.
Wait, but I thought that they were our enemy. Why would we want to keep?
But our
enemy safe?
soldiers are the ones using them, and we're the guys
Oh
training
wait,
them
false,
to use
false,
those weapons.
incorrect. Army Major Rob Lodwick explicitly said that they were not used by our forces. Wrong.
Who?
Army Major
Mother-
Rob Lodwick, a DoD spokesperson.
Satan, do you just name call in the background like a side chick, or like
person you Dean gave you his name earlier because you were so pedantic about
This guy like a
I'm sorry.
sneak disser in the
This is
background,
this is
bro.
the most stupid rabbit hole that we've ever went down, and he
Well, you
has
just
no
sent-
end.
You sent Bama on the same rabbit hole. Don't get offended.
Fucking idiot.
You've been
Oh,
name
wait,
calling this whole time like a little girl in the background, bro. Don't get offended, bro. You did the same thing to Bama. You guys literally led him down a whole rabbit hole, bro. Don't do that.
What was the rabbit hole?
You was name calling and all that whole time.
Yeah, I call people.
Satana, you
I
don't
call
debate.
people
You just
names.
name call in the back. You got nothing.
Who the
better to
fuck
say,
is
brother.
Satana?
That's your fucking
Gosh,
name,
you're
dude.
stupid.
Santana. Satana.
You said
Look at that, bro.
Satana.
It's okay. He's really
What
stupid,
is that
so he
name, bro?
doesn't
Do you
know how
even
to
know what your
pronounce
name
words.
means, bro?
Okay, I'm going to ask you a very clear question. Why did you suggest that this equipment was used by the U.S. military when the Department of Defense says it was not used by the U.S. military?
Then why would they mark it as a dollar sign of what we lost?
It wasn't a dollar sign in what we lost. It was a dollar sign of the operatable
They literally put
equipment
it in $1
that was
billion
left
dollars left behind. That was useless. That's the dollar sign. There was a dollar sign.
do you think that the DoD's lying when they said it wasn't used by our forces?
I mean, you think the DoD is lying right now because they're under Trump.
Can you
so
answer my
tell me.
question? Do you think that the DoD was lying when they said it wasn't used by our forces?
Yes.
Okay, prove it.
Because this is where I get on this is
Prove it. I want a
so far you
source that
guys have-
that the DoD lied when they said it wasn't used by our sources. Source now.
As soon
Come
as
on.
I look this
No,
up,
no, no.
it's gonna
Source
kick
now.
me from the stream, and you know
Source
it.
now.
As soon as I look
Come
it up, it's
on.
kicking me from
Come
the
on.
stream.
Source now. Where's your
You gonna
evidence?
invite me back? You gonna invite
Alright,
me
where's
back
your
to the
evidence?
top?
Find the evidence, buddy. What is your source?
So
Trust
as soon
me,
as I
bro.
look up this evidence and it
Go
kicks me from
find
stream,
the
you gonna let
evidence,
me back
buddy.
in?
Come on. Go find
I
the
have
evidence.
no fucking idea how you're looking
Go
up
find the evidence.
anything.
Around that, bro.
If you just swipe out for a second and go to your
They're gonna
browser,
mute me
you can
again.
look it up. It doesn't kick you from the live. You're just teacupping, so we can't hear you. So you have to swipe out, go to your browser,
guys are
get
debating
the
themselves.
source, come back in, and tell us the name of the source. You just can't read it while you're out of the app. It doesn't remove
Buddy,
you.
I'd love to if it didn't kick me.
That's
from
not
the
how
fucking
it
chat,
works.
But last time I got kicked from the chat, you literally said I was running away. So
Check this.
I'd prefer
Listen,
you just
do
look
you
it
see
up so
do
I
you
can
see my
stay in
third
the chat
account
and
on the
talk.
stream? Do you see my third account on the stream right above you? Agent, do you see my account on the stream in that box?
Okay, your third account. Yep.
Check this out. I'm gonna swipe out. Go to Google.
You gonna do something with it, or you just gonna keep on
Was
making
my
this
account
video,
kicked? Was my account kicked from the live?
Yeah, actually, look at it right there.
You
Hey, it
fucking
shows him.
idiot.
I
It
swipe.
shows him in a,
Nope,
it's-
nope, nope.
you
Because then
literally
I
can't
swipe
touch
back.
it. It
Then I
literally
swipe back
cuts
to
your whole
TikTok.
screen out right there.
Did I have
That's
to
my whole
re-request to
point
join?
right there, brother.
Did I have to re-request
You
to
guys
join?
literally called me out right there. It's the
Did
proof in
my
the pudding,
account
bro.
leave? Dude, you're
He can't
actually
see his own
outrageous.
thing. He's not looking at his own chat. right on the
There's a
screen right
difference
now. Here,
between
go ahead and click out of it again.
teacupping. There's a difference
click out of
between
it again. Show me what I'm
teacupping
talking
and
about.
leaving the live. He didn't leave the live. He teacup. There's a
Santana
difference.
with the sneak
You're
diss in the back.
So right now,
Bro, you a side chick. Get out of here.
dude, this guy's just like he's mad because he's wrong. That's it, Santana. Just
I think he's mad
disregard
because
him.
he's stupid. He has a small
Stupid
medulla
and wrong.
oblongata.
Very-
No, he has
very
an
dangerous.
enlarged medulla
What am I saying, bro?
oblongata. That's why he's
Santana don't know
angry.
nothing
So
else
right now,
but sneak diss in as
so
a side
is
chick
my
in the back.
account
That's
still on the
Santana
live
right there.
stream? Hey
He
agent,
don't do his own lives. He
Hey
joins his
agent,
big.
is my account still on the live stream?
No, it shows you that you're actually off. You can't talk. Like if you were looking that up, it'd show you as
so what's expanded on the big screen right now? If my account's not on the live stream, what's expanded on the big screen? So it's paused, but it didn't leave the live. But it didn't leave the live because remember how when you came back you had a re-request.
Are you on an iPhone?
Can you answer my question? Do you remember how when you came back you had a re-request? Can you answer my question? Do you remember when you came back how you had a re-request?
Do you know how?
Yeah, dude, this is so like this. You know what, Agent, you're gone. You want to know why you're gone? It's because you're so fucking argumentative. You can't even admit to what your own fucking eyes see when I'm trying to give you a demonstration of how TikTok works. So it's like you're gonna be so fucking argumentative when I'm giving you a source from the DoD just to corroborate the claim that you were wrong, okay, about the military equipment left behind in Afghanistan. But then when I'm just trying to get you to go give your own source. And then I have to prove to you with an example how TikTok live accounts work and how you actually do not get automatically removed from the live stream when you swipe out to go Google. And then I show you that by bringing up in my third account into the queue to then ask you questions about your experience to demonstrate to you how this is true. You still deny it. You're just an idiot. You have zero brain cells. Clearly, the reason why I was doing that is because he was pathetically stalling because I was able to give evidence he was wrong. And egotistical little kids hate that. They hate it when I'm able to give evidence that they're wrong.
That was the most stupid rabbit hole ever, Dean. Literally, I don't think that I've ever experienced anything that bad before. Ever.
I didn't even think it was that bad because of how easy I was able to prove my point. I was citing specific people from the Department of Defense and CENTCOM to demonstrate to him that the claims that he was making were wrong. And I kept on giving him more and more and more information, and all of his counter arguments were terrible, right? It wasn't even that bad. It was just, me trying to convince a rock of algebra. Just can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you call me a soy boy, you secretly hate Trump.
For the first time, Dean, you actually got me stumped. Huh. What else is worse? What's worse than soy milk?
Trump vodka. Trump vodka is definitely worse than soy milk.
No. I was thinking clown wig juice. Get it? Because most of the Democrats have multiple different colored hairs, and it's like the Infinity Stones for Thanos' gauntlet. I've never seen so many different colored hairs in my entire life. But that's okay, eh? Honestly, that's your choice, folks.
Nostalgia right there. You just brought me back to the anti-social justice warrior rhetoric of 2016. Blue hair, dude.
Well, listen.
Fucking,
I got something
dude,
to show you.
You're a fucking snowflake. Calm down.
Dean, be nice.
Do you need a binky? Are you gonna cry because a liberal's hair is not blonde, brown, black, or red? Or do the other hues just kind of offend you a little bit?
Folks, we got a new photo here. This is me, Dean, and Parker at the latest Democrat convention here. All of you guys, the viewers, are in the background. You can see it says Democrats on the banner in the background. So Parker, he got a little excited. He was having a good time. And you can see Dean behind us as well with those sunglasses on. And we had a good time, guys. And you can see me pouring some soy milk down Parker's throat like a good boy.
This is weird. You're weird.
Well, this is a real photo, Santana, so I'd appreciate if you...
you're really weird.
I would appreciate if you respect me and... we had a good time.
Who sits in their free time and makes stuff like this? This is weirder than the fanfic stuff. I don't know.
You're right, because it's real life, Santana.
Just personally, in my free time, I wouldn't do shit like that. But,
dude, it's because, they're, legit weird, dude. Imagine actually doing that in your free time.
Right. Could you imagine someone walking into, a room while you're doing this, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, this was a Democratic convention.
What a weirdo. What a weirdo.
I can only imagine, like, if I'm sitting at my laptop and I'm making pictures like that, and my wife walks up, she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Divorce immediately, right now, on the spot.
Yeah, bro. It's odd. It's strange. It's weird. It's very, very weird. On Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Wheelie, who says, if I sell a car to somebody and the buyer abandons that car...
Oh my god, Dan, you finally let me up. I be in your streams every single day waiting for this. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born in 2008.
What month?
February.
I think you're trolling.
I'm not trolling, Dan. I literally wait up here every single day for you just to let me up. I'm so happy that you did this.
No, you're a troll. You're a troll. You're a troll. Papa Wheelie, I appreciate you for the 10. Then Thomas with the $10 says, can you sue this guy for defamation? No, I can't. I can't. You know, it's really hard to prove defamation as a public, what's the right word I'm looking for?
Figure.
Public figure.
Yeah.
The
Which
bars
makes
are
what
a lot
E. Jean
higher.
Carroll did even more impressive.
Yeah, the bar is really high to
Yeah.
prove defamation as a public figure, because you have to prove malice or reckless disregard for the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Speaking of defamation, has anybody seen the Vitaly dude that does like fake pred catching? He did like a whole stream about catching a pred of some guy, saying that he was like a pedophile, got his family to watch the stream, and he owned a business, and they all like were like contacting all of like the business associates and suppliers and buyers, and fucking like ruined this guy's life. And he wasn't even a pedophile.
That's fucking crazy.
The decoy that this quote unquote pred catcher was using forgot to tell this guy her like fake age. She claimed to be an adult, and then the way that they would do it is they'd start the conversation, the decoy would claim to be an adult. Further, when things get spicy, the decoy then says, well, actually I'm 16. If the person continues, caught a pedophile, boom, busted. But for this guy, she claimed to be an adult, things got spicy. She forgot to send, but I'm actually 16. So she was genuinely impressioned that she was of age. And then he got like his fucking life ruined. And they were like, you know, calling him slurs, talking about the fact that he was Indian, shitting on him for being Indian, tried to like destroy his life, ruin his business. Dude, it made me
fucking insane.
So mad. It made me so mad. And I think that Vitaly is going to have a large chunk of change to pay to this guy. And it will be the easiest defamation lawsuit of all time. And what really made me mad is this guy was like trying to describe how like this isn't true, and like going through the messages and showing them how she never said she was 16. And then when she was like, he was showing them the messages where she never said she was 16. Then they were like, oh, you're an Indian. You must be an Indian tech hacker. And you must have like deleted the message somehow on like both people's ends. You must have like hacked it. Oh my God. Oh
That's
my
fucking
God.
insane.
Yeah, it was fucked up, man. It was really fucked up. Harold, good to see you, man. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Make that 20, actually. Thank you, Harold. Dude, make that 40, actually. Oh, my God. Harold sent one $20 donation and then two $10 donations. Harold, I'm going to read your message myself, man, but just know that I hope you're doing well. I know that you have been watching for a very long time. Shout out to you. I want to see 400 Harold W's down below in my comment section. Thank you, man. Pamela with a $25 says, from an old woman, you, Parker, and Santana give me hope for the future. Thank you so much, Pam. Shout out to Pamela down below in that chat. Thank you for the $25. Same thing to Emily. Thank you for the $20, who says, in a world that feels so crushingly dark most days, voices like yours and Santana remind me that I'm not alone in my fight. My whole family is maggot, and it breaks my heart because no matter what happens, I'll never be able to look at them the same again. I know exactly how you feel, Emily. Thank you for the $20, and I appreciate for tuning in, and thank you for supporting what we do. Same thing to you, Sadie Rose. Thank you for the $20 who says, here's to the midterms. Thank you so much for that love, Sadie. I want to see 200 W's for Sadie down below.
Yeah, for the 20 she sent me as well. Thank you,
Hell
Sadie.
yeah. And then James, thank you for the $5. You are awesome, James, on Super Chat. Thank you, Shadow, for the $20 who says, keep up the good fight. Dean, thank you, Shadow. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. It was a pretty wild one today, I'm not going to lie. Show some love to Shadow. Same thing to Elaine with a $15 who says, hey, I'm a big fan and I've been watching you for a while now. My name is Alex. This Sunday, I'm coming out as transgender to my conservative, MAGA, homophobic, transphobic Christian grandparents. Do you have any suggestions of what to tell them to convince them? First and foremost, show that love to Alex, not Elaine. That is, shout out to Alex. Alex, I am not qualified to give you advice. And I say that very intentionally. I could try to make something up on the spot, but I do not want to guide you astray. So instead, I will be honest. I'm not qualified to give you advice on that topic.
Can I leave at least one thing that I would say would be important? And this isn't just based off of that topic, but just based off of life in general. The one thing I would say is remind them that you're still their grandchild. And ensuring that, like, you know, I'm the person that you know, spent years with, the person you've loved, the person that you've always cared about. Like, remembering that more than anything, more than, you know, their religious beliefs, more than their political beliefs, you're still their grandchild. And like, start there. I can't really say what'll happen from anything else, but making sure that, you know, you ground reality in the fact that, like, hey, I'm the person that you love, and like, make that the bedrock of the conversation. Like, everything else, I have no idea how to go, but making sure that you remind them of that love, I think that'll be beneficial.
Yeah, you know, that's jeez. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of very prejudiced minds change because somebody that they love came out.
Right.
But that is not everybody's experience.
Yeah.
That is not everybody's experience at all. But it is the experience of some. So that's good advice, Santana. Serena, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, don't let Brian know I'm a leftist who has purple hair. Oh my God, Serena. Oh my God. I'm so offended. I'm going to start crying at once. Thank you for the $20. Gene, thank you for the 10 who says, Mean Dean, what up? How we doing, Gene? What's going on, dude? I feel like it's been a while. I hope you're well. Mary with the 10, thank you so much. Mary says, Santana, enjoyed you joining the live, especially appreciate your comments about victims in your apology. Are you from Louisiana?
No, South Carolina. Not that far off. South Carolina.
Shout out to you, Mary. Thank you. And then Christine with the $10. I appreciate you. And Cheyenne, thank you for the $10. And Christopher, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. And then Seth, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, I like your content. I'm in the live. I do support Trump. Look for me in the viewers. My name is Seth. Oh, damn, man. Seth, you sent that through 47 minutes ago. If I saw that earlier, I definitely would have had you up. And then Lauren, thank you for the $10, who says, sending support from Pennsylvania. My county plays a pivotal role in determining which way PA swings, so I share your lives and videos as much as possible. Lauren, you are one of the most important voters in the nation. Wow. Yeah, the power that your county holds. Folks, we are at over 4 hours on the live stream for the day, so I'm going to go ahead and start hopping off here.
Can I say just a couple of quick thank yous?
Yeah, of course, man.
For everyone else, if you guys check your messages, I've been trying to send direct thank yous back. That way I don't take up too much time. But I do want to say, Stephanie, thank you so much for the 50. I appreciate the hell out of you. Gene, Dipset, thank you for the 10. Megan, thank you for the 5. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the 15. Sierra, thank you so much for the 5. And Corey, thank you so much for the 10. Bobby Boucher. I appreciate you having me up, bro.
Hell yeah, I appreciate you for coming up, Santana. Thank you for your time, dude.
Absolutely. I'll see you.
You take care. For everybody else, make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. We do this every day, 7 days a week, so I'll see you tomorrow. It's totally free to follow, totally free to sub. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye. Have a good weekend, you guys.
I just started the backup live.